quite a few people, which is awesome. Hello? Oh my god, have I been muted this whole time? That's super irritating. Extremely irritating. Oh well. I was mostly mostly just refreshing myself on the old tree anyway before we started the new thing. Yeah, so spoilers, I guess, if you have not played the original, the first part of the game, but we were going to play the second part of the game, which I explained and will explain again. But I'm just reviewing myself in this family tree first. Lauren Roottrees, Clark Rafferty ended up in advertising, tried to do music with Carl Roottrees, was not very good at it, made sort of jingles. got married a whole bunch of times, twice to once to somebody who's in a band with, and then once to that person's sister. 3 kids. This guy did a school project and is kind of an idiot. And his school project is how we sort of know about most of the children's names. Clancy, professor, had Carl, ended up being the 5th and final president who died. Very famous sort of Kardashian-like kids. This is the impetus for the start of the game because they are the ones who die in the plane crash. Elias C. Advertising. This one I didn't get for a really long time. There's like one line in one book that says like, like his uncle, he was into advertising or something, right? And that's the only way that we could get this guy. James Roottrees, musician with Carl and his wife, 2 kids. She's also a musician. And then, like his father, Edward Roottrees, the lawyer, she's a dancer. Marguerite Roottrees, Gwyn Roottrees, sort of a wannabe starlet kind of person, married another actor, ended up in Paris, had 2 kids, sort of out of wedlock. This is important because there was like a sort of dispute between these two. One of them wanted to cut the other one out of the inheritance because, born out of wedlock or whatever, but he wasn't able to because it's all bloodline, and that's sort of how this ends up working too. She still gets her inheritance because of the bloodline stuff. It's just about bloodline, not about necessarily wedlock. They got kids, married a comedian. And then Miracle Roottrees, becomes a preacher, evangelical preacher. Miracle Junior Roottrees was sort of the big one, big sort of evangelical person. Also had a kid. Something that I really appreciate is that they wear the rainbow ties and stuff, despite being evangelical preachers, generally stereotypically associated with sort of bigotry. And they're just a little nod to these ones necessarily aren't necessarily that. It's just storyline. And then Elias is a mechanic and his daughter is a mechanic. Anyway, we'll go back to explaining what I was explaining while muted. I went and did some research about how this game sort of came to be. How it came to be was a guy who's a big fan of Return to the Obra Dinn, one of my favorite games of all time, wanted to make a game that was similar to it. So he made this, which it certainly is. It feels very good. He made it as part of a game jam. He put it on itch.io. It's just free there. If you want to play this version, the storyline, you can play it free on itch rather than on Steam. The reason why it's free there is because he's not an artist. He just did a bunch of AI art for all the characters and the books and stuff. So he didn't want to charge anything for it, which I like. I think that's very moral of him. So what they did was that person gave access to the game to a developer, a development studio, to make the Steam version of it, actually hiring artists and creating real assets, updating the UI, all that kind of thing. And that's why there's a paid version on Steam and a free version on itch. Is the paid version is what we see here. It's better UI, some better tracking stuff. All the art has actually been drawn now or created. And to sort of thank the community for allowing that to happen and getting it popular and whatever. While this version of the game was being developed, he wrote this part, Roottreemania, sort of a, find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. I don't know exactly what the details of this are because I haven't played it yet, but that's what we're going to be doing today. And the point was, he wrote this and developed the storyline for it, and the game mechanics, did the designing and stuff, while the game studio was doing the art and the front end and all that to make this version of the game. And then he just released it at the same time, as part of the game on Steam. You just get this new thing that he did while this was being done, which I think is very cool, and I am happy about that. So we're gonna play Roottreemania. And this is why we went and looked at the old trees, because Roottreemania will spoil on that content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting, which I had already done. The one thing I'd forgotten to do was there was one portrait of the original Elias Roottrees that I just hadn't put in the tree, but I already had access to. So I went back, put that in the tree, and then came back out here. Here we go. I guess I'll just use the second slot. Ah, cool. I guess I didn't need to review everything.
Hi.
Oh, hey,
I'm
Clark Rafferty.
Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes. You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress.
Oh, did he become the president then?
My mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork.
Right, because the end of the story of the first one, if you missed that, was that it was Sam Roottree, the person who was born out of wedlock and adopted by the twin brother of the lawyer who was gay and therefore disowned, and sort of lived on the farm, that eventually was like pulled back into the fold when her father married her mother, like much later after her mother's like husband died or whatever. So she was the one who was like hiring us to do all this stuff because her line of the family was like trying to be cut out from the lawyers by the lawyers and stuff because she was not born out of wedlock. But the way that the trust is set up is that it's just bloodline that doesn't matter.
Now that it's
so she wrote a book and
the Plancid Trust covers any Roottrees
talked about all that.
Despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
This is the trust that I just was talking about. The trust fund that gives people money is entirely based around direct, like, bloodline descendants of Elias Roottrie.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself.
Miracle Jr. or Miracle Third?
The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this.
I certainly fucking do! Absolutely enjoy things like this. Yeah, that. Oh, God. So we got a bunch more stuff to work out. Hell yeah. So that was Clark Rafferty. As far as, so apparently who became the president after Carl. So he's now the 6th president. I wish there was a way to, like, mark who is still alive, because that feels like it would be useful to me. But I guess it's probably not that relevant. Oh, wait. There's a few new alternate picks. I was like, I thought we filled this in. But we did. But now there's a few alternate pictures for some people that we can probably get a hold of through other things. Family tree update. This person is also on the original tree. Oh, so there's like some kids we don't know about. Infidelity? Ooh. Possible infidelity. First affair. I wonder if this is Clark. Because, you know. Possible infidelity 1. 1921. This is an old one. Okay. So we're sort of filling out a lot of, like, potential nonsense, right? Possible infidelity 1921. So that's probably, like, up here somewhere. That might be Elias, my guess. But my assumption is that these... So we're going to have some original tree people. My guess is you're going to have Elias, Clark. Just I'm going to completely on vibes and nothing else. Well, this is the messiest section, really. I don't know if you missed the end of the... Because this is the envelope that was like... It was like one of these, the top secret envelopes. This was hidden. This was the sort of messiest section and kind of the big storyline points, if you... with this sort of semi-related to it, if you missed that bit. Well, you should be easy to find, apparently. I just want to go completely off vibes and take a guess at who some of these are. Possible infidelity 1921. My guess is that Elias Roottrie Jr. is going to be one of them. 1949. I wonder if it's like Miracle Jr. I don't know. He seems kind of shitty, for lack of a better term. Infidelity 3. I think is going to be Clark. 1998. So that's got to be like right now. So maybe that's going to be something spicy with like Carl Roottrie or something like that. Those are my vibes. I can recover it a little bit if you want, or recap it a little bit if you want. So basically what happened here was that it turns out there's actually twins. Clancy Edward and Edward Clancy were twins. That random guy we saw in the background of one photo is actually Edward Clancy. They are twins. And he was sort of disowned from the family because he's gay. So they like kind of didn't want him to be part of the main family tree because this is 1908, right? He ended up being a farmhand on the family farm and sort of lived with the other farmhand, his best friend for life, John Miller. So they got, that's the first spicy bit. The second spicy bit is that Elias Roottree Jr. had was not just married to Patricia Christensen, but they had like an out of wedlock relationship child like before any of this, like when, you know, he was in his 20s or whatever, and she got kind of whisked away to like to marry a more prominent family, to keep away from this family, to try to avoid any of that sort of stuff, the rumors and all that kind of thing. So she went and married some prominent family guy and had another family thing, and then that guy died, and then she came back and they sort of rekindled their relationship when he was like, you know, an adult, 40s or 50s or whatever, and got married. And he had been, apparently, according to them and the diary or whatever, faithful the whole time and never had another woman, which is why I totally think he's probably going to be one of the possible affair people. It's not even affair, just like out of wedlock or whatever, like spicy things in the 1900s. But anyway, they got married, and since they are the biological parent of Samantha here, Samantha got kind of pulled back into the family tree, right? Because they're married now. She had been adopted and was living on the farm with Edward Clancy and John Miller. So there was some weird stuff, like all these kids were like being told by Gwyneth to include Sam in things, and they were like, why? Sam is just like the farm, well, somebody lives in the farmhand. Why do we have to bring her to all the photos and family reunions and stuff? Well, it's because she's actually a Roottrie, and they brought her sort of back into the family. And that's sort of the and she was the one contacting you to do this research in the first place, because now that he has died, what was happening is that they're trying to cut, you know, these people out of the family inheritance stuff, because she's not, you know, she was out of wedlock rather than you know, like in wedlock sort of thing, which she was annoyed by, because Ernest Jr. was the like best president the company had. Like, he was the one who made the company a boatload of money, and because the way that the company is set up, the president actually doesn't earn a salary, really. They just are entitled to the trust. So he basically died, you know, he didn't have any money, like nothing, because he was not entitled to the trust, and also didn't get paid anything as the president, despite being the one that basically made the company all its money. So she was trying to hire you to like get the family tree figured out, so that, you know, prove that this whole bloodline thing exists. And the reason why this is circled is because one of these guys was actually born out of wedlock. Like, they divorced before he was born, and there was like a lawsuit where one tried to cut the other one out, and the lawsuit basically established that the trust was like so solid in the way it's worded, it's like it's just anybody who's related by blood, sort of regardless of wedlock or whatever. So she's using this to prove her case, and like writes a big book about it, and that's why she hires you, and now you're all up to date. Let's do some research. Notable events. Today is August 1999. It's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, so you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 pieces. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It's a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not been replaced. In March, the Roottrees... So that's a book that we can probably search, you know. I'm going to try to be better about the way I organize this than last time, because finding things to search was always sort of a problem. Roottrie Rift. The Roottrie company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with a number of conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. So that also looks like a thing that is probably searchable. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottrie. Yeah, exactly. It was. And so that's why there's like that sort of plot point why she was like focused on Gwen's kids, because they had like this lawsuit that made it pretty clearly established that it was about the bloodline, not about the like marriage relationship, which is why her branch of the family tree is still entitled to everything. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottrees and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clarence Trust. This included other new questions of lineage. 5Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these by a wide margin was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5Piece as a publicity move at the same time. 5Piece is the only notable person on the updated tree. Aha. So they're saying that this is 5Ps. Oh, that's different. Ah, this is harder. Because in the previous one, it was a list of names, and so there was definitely a few spouses that I guessed, like I just put in because there's only 2 options or whatever. I'll just flip them around and I got it right, rather than actually figuring it out. I did find the evidence that tells you how to figure it out later, but that's not how I actually figured it out in the first place. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottrees publicly and vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Roottrees. My guess is that Miracle probably had something to do with this. Roottrees' legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps to drop his claim. In a moment that caught what seemed the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottrees. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Roottrees. Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottrees. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as an Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottrees led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottrees. Well, these all feel relevant search terms. If she this to make her daughter yet another secret Roottrees, and therefore entitled to a share of the Clans of Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottreemania saga. As more of an Anonymous story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicions, a DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottrees. This final event caused a public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations, the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or an attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it seems like a distant memory. This is an investigation with a new focus. After many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees, it's recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books or magazines from your previous investigations may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Okay, that's good. That makes this harder. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial drive into the Roottrees family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. Okay, so this is like a recap of stuff, but it does have things that are relevant in here. I'm just wondering what my strategy should be. I feel like my strategy should be basically to try to... I'm going to ignore pretty much everything that's already happened and just sort of focus on this. And then we'll go dive back into that stuff when it seems to be relevant. There also seem to be new pictures for some people that we hadn't noticed before, or that weren't there before. So those are maybe hints about where we should search later. But I think the strategy is going to be like, maybe we focus on the guy who's notable, like 5Ps, because he's easy to find. And we sort of figure out, we move from here. I think that's probably the strategy. Last time I was just like, I picked a focus of the family tree and just started like searching things. I think that maybe not the right idea. I'll kind of ignore the old stuff, I think. The entire family is a financial reliance on the health of the company. Most of the action took place around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees such... Okay, so these are like literally just like, look at Butler County, look at Elias, Carl, and Raina on the cover of magazines. Lauren Roottrees, Miracle Roottrees, Jim Roottrees had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies. I guess this is just telling me the things that I could search for again and recover. Lauren's 2 diaries. The 5 pieces could be identified based on the initials of the original candy's flavors, which is how we figured out the twin thing, because there was an egg cream flavor for Elias Clancy, which sort of vanished after like a year. 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company, many were featured in periodicals. Carolyn Morden, Stephanie Jones, and Brian Jones are featured in campaign posters, and this led to Carolyn's art book, which enabled you to find more of the tree. Many of the younger Roottrees are found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson. Yep. And he did like a project on his cousins or whatever. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's company website. That is true. That was one of the last things I got. I did actually think I just guessed. I clicked a few buttons because it was the only thing I was missing, and then it just triggered when I was right. But I did go find out where I was after. There were 3 rabbit holes. It was like the politician lady. You had to search her so that you could find an article in a magazine with some advertisements in it, and then one of those advertisements led to a website for someone else. Or no, it was her husband did poster printing or whatever. So on his website there was here are the people that we've done poster printings for, and one of them has 2 lines in an article that says November is opening a dance studio or something. Ron and Robbie worked on a TV show until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron tried to have him removed from the Cleanse of Trust. That was the sort of point I mentioned before. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. A few dead ends and red herring. This is just a random guy. Red Herring Roottree is literally his name. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information. Carolyn Morden sculptures were also not useful. And then this is this story piece. So, yes, this is just what he said already, I think. Oh no, it's actually different words. Work with Sam, not answered his calls. Company I hired to help us with the Cleanse of Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people they may have had contact with. Family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches, so please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new Roottrie. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the ones that led to potential new Roottrees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with the tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree that you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you can. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. Start sorting out the infidelities. I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so I pretend. Yeah, thanks, Clark. Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and I'll do my best to sort out the various messes we left behind. So please fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both, Clark. Maybe it isn't Clark. That's sort of a nice note. Maybe he's changed his ways. Well, I feel like let's just, shall we begin? Oh. Well, I got an achievement because I hadn't dialed up to the internet yet. I hope that sound is nostalgia for someone else. Felix Fellows is a rapper who's found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottrie and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias 5Ps is a play on 5 pieces. An article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album. Okay, let's do this. I don't think I care about the... Let's do this. Root of all evil is easier to search. It seems reasonable to search, and I can search a periodical for it. Oh, the review mentioned his real name is David. He used to go by Dirty Davy, and the author rused the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when she was 16. That seems useful. Apparently, only one of the songs in the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, the Roottrees company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottrees even appeared in the same magazine a week later. That feels useful. Probably not related to him, but well, whatever. Since then, the backtrack and public welcome to the family. The press release at the time stated that it had new evidence that confirmed his story. Okay, so we got a lot of things to look for here. So his name is not actually Felix. It is David. I don't know if it's David Fellows, but could be. So where do we start? We could search Root of All Evil. We could search the periodicals for things. We could search by Dirty Davy. We could search News Time. Let's do this. First name is David Fellows. 5 pieces of previous stage name. Used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. Some people selling old mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. So we might be able to find those. Discrepancies and debate about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references. 1992, 1994. Some of the songs Yes I Can Jump seems to be the center of the confusion. Multiple versions of different track lists and song links on them. Harder to verify the information. I feel like the dates might actually be relevant here because we need to figure out like when these things happened. Mixtape released 1996. Someone revealed to be his own distant cousin. Oh, he includes Raina as in the list of attractive women. I don't know if that's super helpful. I think the intent is just like his own distant cousin, you know, is here. So I don't know. He also said something forever ago about his mother with, it was Guy, I think, like over here, like Guy Hudson. So that's going to be like a super distant cousin and not really that relevant, I think. Okay, well, what if I search this? Okay, nothing. Okay, so I wonder if we can search, if we search David Fellows. No, we already had that. And if we search Portland, if we get anything, I doubt it. Yeah, probably not super relevant. So I'm going to go back to Felix Fellows. Did I search this already? No, I did not. Before he became notable, re-recorded with lyrical differences and professional productions, All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5Ps announced he'd retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Steve Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. In fact, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased his profile, caught on and banned the video altogether, which received national news coverage, made the song even more popular. Aha, we've got a bit of evidence. The hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it. Those that can afford not to be greedy. In the song 5Ps, triumphantly talks about the Roottrees' wealth due to being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. Kind of copy on a suspicious looking website. Download it for your records. A lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstandings, she's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. Famous in the mid-1980s, after suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. Unfortunately, none of this seems related to the Roottrees. Okay. So there's also news time. Oh, I guess so. What I should do, the easiest thing to do there is to search for this major news periodical. Okay, so now if I search this in news time, I guess I'll get a picture of him. Cool. And the other thing is, if I maybe search Modern Music Monthly for this, we don't find anything. So if we search for Dirty Davy, maybe we'll find something. David Fellows. I'm just wondering if any of these will actually show up in this. It might be an old magazine. We need to find a different one, but I'm just sort of trying to be thorough, I think. Oops, I put that in the wrong. It needs to be in. Not there, here. Okay. Doesn't seem to be, but let's give it a try. His particularly harsh reviews of modern music. So I was looking. That's why I was thinking about Modern Music Monthly, I think. Okay. So I feel like we got something to start from. Rapper 5Ps appeared on the cover of News Time holding the Polaroid of his mother, Joanna, when she was Zach Morden's secretary at a company picnic. It was Joanna and Guy Hudson also in the photo were having an affair that led to his birth. So do we think that then this is Joanna? And, well, the guess is that then this is Guy Hudson, who is the third president, I think. Yeah. This is the guess. Oh no, Zach Morden. Oh no, she was Zach Morden's secretary. Guy Hudson. And she was Zach Morden's secretary. So does it mean I need to put in secretary here? I think is maybe that's what that implies. And this is supposed to be Felix Fellows. Appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. This article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story is dramatic and sensational. Initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. 5P says his mother Joanna was Zach Morden's secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. First few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked at the register. The next morning, they found her dead on an overdose in her car. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. Okay, so I'll come back to that, but that means she was a cashier at the time of her death, I think, is sort of the idea. And then they divorced, and that's my guess is that this is Fellows, something Fellows. Seinfeld. Any other names you recognize? Quaker, Salazar, Schwartz, Smith. Nope. I'm just looking for my names, basically. Nope. My name is nowhere. First nor last. Okay, back to this. Hairbrush showed used some photos and a stuffed animal from her childhood, but then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away with the exception of one photo that appears on the cover of News Time. He says it's the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. The picture shown in full inside the magazine was added to evidence. This magazine also includes some additional history about 5Ps. He was born Felix Fellows to Riley and Joanna Fellows. Okay. I should always highlight something from everything, is something that I think I learned from last time. Even if it's like not relevant, I should highlight one word just so that it's easy to click back to that thing. Riley and Joanna. I don't recognize that reference. Riley Fellows. I don't know what her maiden name would be, though. That's the thing that you have to find. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even selling CDs on street corners in Portland. Only recently started going as 5Ps to harness the power of his lineage. Writer did some research to confirm the truth of these claims and able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrees company. Oh, that's why. I'm not a baseball man. I do love baseball statistics, though, because it's one of the only sports where, well, one, they track everything. Two, they've tracked everything since like the 1800s. And two, they play a ludicrous number of games per year, so there's just so many numbers. Like, there's so many numbers you can do stuff with. So baseball stats are fascinating to me. But it's just numbers to me, it's not people. And also confirmed she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went to foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was very happy about that. I don't think most Americans realize how important that game was, in particular to Canadians, with what is going on politically currently. Where was I? I also reached out to the Roottrees company, but the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Roottrees has been an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. Yeah, not every American, I think, seems to realize how angry Canada is about stuff, right? Like, almost every person I know is currently actively boycotting things from the U.S. Like, we are cooking different food than we normally would this week because we couldn't find spinach that wasn't grown in the States, so we didn't buy spinach, right? Like, that's how and almost everybody I know is doing that. It's Canadians are really, really, really upset, and I think a lot of Americans think it's a fun joke or whatever. I know you are, but you are also probably more connected to people from different countries and more on the internet and more sort of aware of what's happening than your sort of average citizen. Okay. Where was we? We've also got Miracle. Which Miracle are you, though? I guess did I actually click on the Miracle photo? I don't think I did. Or on the, I did. So we could put him in there, and he's I bet rapper is not a reasonable choice. So I don't know Joanna's last name. Or maiden last name, I should say. But apparently, if this is Guy Hudson, which I'd believe, because he seemed like kind of a shit, that there were multiple infidelities here. Can we put additional Guy Hudson photos in there, or no? I don't think so. Which Miracle can have additional things? This looks like original Miracle to me because he's blind, right? He's got the glasses on. Is that Felix in the reflection? So my guess is that that's actually Miracle. And we can put his name up in there, but or his photo up in there, but I don't see another infidelity. So that's just gonna sit for a while, I think. Comes out as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well the characteristic of those he feels are attacking his family. I'm gonna add a miracle page here. Starts out with six pieces content. He says that although most of the book is based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, that Sam did the same before her, that Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle said it was EC's own choice that Elias allowed him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime as a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Yeah, I just can't stop sinning. Ugh. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from six pieces. He recounts as a deluge of claims to the Clancy trust that the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. If it to hire an outside legal team to help, and so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. Demonstrably is one of those weird words. Like I start reading the first part of it, and I'm like, oh, it's demonstrate, and then you get to the end, and it's demonstrably, which is not what that word means. Like, you have to, like, I start reading it, and then I realize it's a different word, and I have to go back and start over. It's not demonstrably, it's demonstrably. But demon and demon are pronounced differently. English is stupid. All they do is tarnish his family's reputations. Focuses on 5Ps who appeared on news time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says that he's using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. While the accusation he says is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5P's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him in his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracle's Roottrees are planning on touring on the country's churches one last time, and now that age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottrees. I feel like this is important. Well, he plans to continue preaching on his own church in Butler County after the tour. This is your last chance to hear the truth to the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., does not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for the entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in their family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottrees, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made that claim out of ignorance or spite. I want that to be, I feel like this is something that should be searchable. Or like Miracle's Roottrees. Aha. Seems that Miracle Sr. is going on a new tour of the United States in late 1999. The previous flyer for the 3 generations of Miracles has been replaced. Be part of history. The oldest living Roottrees reprises and retells his... This is the updated version. Miracle Roottrees was one of the famous 5 pieces. Fortune is nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He lived a long and fruitful life. However, he's now in his 70s. I'm just going to highlight something so that it's easy to get to this page. Which is a thing that I needed to do last time and didn't. Famous history discusses family saints and sinners, provided a unique perspective on some of the most notable families in the United States today, learn what originally drove him away from his fortune in the arms of religion, and learn how his life has been more wealthy in spirit than it ever could have been from his inheritance. List the churches he will be appearing in and mentions that tickets can be purchased at their local services. Notably absent are any mentions about Miracle's news appearances. That's the same one. Okay, so I wonder if there's is there a new thing? No, it doesn't look like it. Notable events. Start here. Well, okay. I sort of did that with 5Ps and then sort of moved on very quickly. You gotta listen to it.
Attention Roottrees. This is
Five P's coming at you from the real world.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man,
problems.
y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday. Like that.
Yeah, it's not great.
And her two dads. My pappy's class of trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners because we didn't.
It like it would be better if it was slightly faster, you know? Like if it was like you just speed this up a tiny bit and like it becomes slightly more interesting to me.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Oh, we gotta listen to this song.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks
For their spoons for the needle. Once more with a passion, all tell tragic or like I want that to be faster. Actually horrible. How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How I'm wanting my share. That's actually extortion. Your candy ass name synonymous is sweet. It would feel better if it was faster to me. You classless, some gangster from Portland, but I played that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you rep in are Park Place and Boardwalk. Monopoly is top. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Well, there's a lot of the there's definitely a theme. It's this sort of like, you know, grand, very successful person in the past worked hard for it. You know, the people that are raised in that family didn't necessarily have to work as hard and have like, you know, opportunities handed to them, so they just are not great at the things they do. They just happen to have access, so they can do it. But there are notable exceptions there, right? Even in this family. The root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. Your silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons for the needle. Trying to make small pursuits of real people. Cool. Okay. We didn't really need to do that, but that was fun. I feel like I should just look up the book. What if I like... I wonder if I just like searched Roottreemania. Immediately followed the announcement that a rapper going by 5 Ps was actually a Rootree. Collectively popular culture seems to focus on the Rootree family for a few weeks before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. An underlying through line to how pop culture treated Roottreemania was an excuse for everyday people to claim they were Roottrees. Daytime talk shows hosts had I'm a Secret Rootree episodes. Late night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family, and their widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret Rootree. When you submitted your name, it simply said no with an image of Clark Rafferty literally giving you the finger. Rootree lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of the other Rootree-related media. This included Lauren's diaries, VHS releases of Gwynn's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seem to attempt to capitalize. Oh, this shouldn't be in Miracle, though. Because the new release of the diary is probably very useful. I'm a secret Rootree. I wonder if I search that. Oops. I wonder if I search that if you get anything. Oh, okay. Oh, this is the Nod Felix case. Right. I wanted to look at... I don't think I want to delve into Anonymom too much yet. I think I need to focus on like getting a thing in the books, right? So I need to figure out her last name, and then I need to figure out one more person, presumably, to because it's asking me for 4. So I think we need to focus on Guy Hudson, Joanna Fellows. We can sort of ignore this other stuff for now, I think. I'd rather do like depth first rather than breadth first. There's certainly a lot we could do here. Like I could search 6 pieces, the Rootree Rift, Clark Rafferty, Roottreemania, Anonymom. Like I could go into that, but I have I have things that I can search now in this area, and we can like finish it off. So if I search for like Joanna Fellows, Joanna, yeah. Well, wasn't there like a thing? Like it was in where did we see that? Must notebook. It was here. This was in news time, though. Yeah. Okay, we already have that. So, but if I search Riley, I'm probably not going to get anything. No. There are apparently 2 things in here that I can like find though. I was hoping that I could find something to do with her in here. Okay, well let's search. Maybe we can find something from Guy Hudson. Debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties, never get an excuse, and often got very out of hand. This fact led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way, but the Butler County Police have released multiple statements, and ample evidence provides decisively it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Roottrees lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation, and anyone has tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. I wonder if I can find something about them. No, it just leads me back to this page. Okay. Large parties. So if I search in periodicals, like News Time, no, Butler County Times. This hasn't been updated, so this is maybe irrelevant. Okay, well I was hoping that something here would give me some progress. I might have to just go into this book. Might as well get a hold of the book. Sections have been added to your notes. Okay, so different things. Reviews are mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to about 2 months. Most reviewers are good. The core of the book about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they faced was compelling, and the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottrees is deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. Fallout from the book led the Roottrees company scrambling to release a statement due to conflict of leadership. Famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis, but more traditional analysts have been calling it the Roottrees Rift. Disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of the fake pharmaceutical advertisement for JIT Together. Okay, that doesn't help. While its segment isn't fully about the Roottrees Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after the bizarre response to the release of 6 pieces. Woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-thru speaker, and then, oops, I meant to search that and not highlight it. I just want to see if there's anything different. No, don't need this. And after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch to number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance amongst the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, the same woman began barged into the restaurant, past the current line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitions from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. Doctor claims that woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability, and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but could also spread to humans. JIT Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Did I already research that? Yeah. When I can't make my tough decisions, I've got to get my JIT together. The final testimonial included a bald man in a silhouette with a voice changer saying, I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my father's family company, I really should have gotten my JIT together. I think that's just flavor and it's kind of funny. The Roottrees Rift. I think that was something that's in my notable events, though. Yeah, so let's just look at one piece of things at a time. And look at this book, which will probably be relevant. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history and company and the rumors and gossip. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968 until Gwyneth took over in 1984. Guy was president in 1978. Very much not a fan of him. According to 6 pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife. Many of their hires at that time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Okay, let's get a Guy page going. Named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, the caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it... Wait, according to Elizabeth, a caretaker from a local restaurant met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped. However, when he went on a trip overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he had bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also one section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. Well, she has no hard evidence. Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage. Ah, so Elias. She mentions that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam, who always says her son Ernie, once asked her, who's Beth, because he overheard them yelling at somebody with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than a supervisor on the farm, but he never met her. So I wonder if we're sort of assuming then that this possible infidelity is original Elias. But we'll need to get a picture of original Elias, if that's the case. Oh yeah, it's the guy in the back of the photo. He's here. He was the secret twin of Edward Clancy Roottrees, and he just happened to be in the background of a photo. Well, sort of hoping for a bit more out of that. Factory in Brazil. I think I need to search so. Maybe this is maybe giving us a last name. I need to. Okay, so I think this would then be Butler County Times. Antonelli is an Italian restaurant. Been the Butler County Times twice. It's okay. Whoa. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. At the time of the article, she was unsure the restaurant would move to a new location if she would retire. Years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She met her husband Steve, who was a chef in Antonelli's many years ago, and she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Though they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Christine Garland. Her husband Steve eloped. Because we had this. Sam's farm supervisor is named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Okay, so is this so this is an Elizabeth, do we think? Must be. Yes, because got married, right? So I think this is what we're supposed to fill in here. Christine Garland. So one, if I spider search that. No. Two, if I Christine Garland search that. We just get back here. Okay, so husband Steve. So my guess is that what we have here oh no, that did I misread that? I think I misread that. She and her husband Steve, when she delivered produce from her mother's farms, from her mother's farm. So that is the mother, Elizabeth. I don't know which one this is, though. Right, like there's an Elizabeth. I don't know if it's this one though, because then there's an Elizabeth and a Christine Garland. I don't know where to put that. I have no idea where to put Christine Garland. I'm just going to put it down here for now so that I have something, but that's not really how I interpret this. So if we try to understand it, Sam's farm supervisors were named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked at one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant named Intelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Oh, so maybe this is Christine Garland. My thought was that it was Elizabeth's daughter or whatever is what we're talking about, but I think Elizabeth is just not relevant to this. She was just like one of Sam's things, like members. So this might be Christine Garland. Wait, Elizabeth wasn't aware that the parties were swingers. Rumor has that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay, and then we had the periodicals. Nothing useful. No, come back. Husband Steve. So I guess maybe the assumption there is that this is Stephen Garland, and that this is Christine unknown, because it's actually like Elizabeth. We would use Elizabeth's last name if we can find out who Elizabeth is. And the reason why I'm thinking it's this particular one is because we have a marriage here and the other ones aren't married, and then apparently they have kids. Can I search like Valentine's Day? No. What if I search Steve Garland? Or Steve as opposed to Steven. Aha! There's something. Steve Garland's mentioned a couple of articles. The first was an article about he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonelli's. The second is from months later in September, a listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991, is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that the local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales. So if I go Mark Zimmer Kitchen Tales, no copies available. Re-release is Garnishing the Truth. So if I search this, cookbook credited to Garland and Zimmer. It's actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on a daytime talk show. They've been also printing since. Recipes are accompanied by stories help the reader remember the ingredients. The interviewer says that it seems perfect to learning to cook with the entire family. So what if I search Steve Garland? The introduction to this book is a series of acknowledgments from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You're the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I'm a good teacher. I wonder if those are their kids. I guess I'm a good teacher. The finals to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. It's also forwarded by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this direction. Well, it turns out Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled at McCarran's Brew House over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night for free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both make a ton of money together, then spend a ton of money on the lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but I decided to retire and move to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. So what if I search this? Will that actually just give us anything? Famous people that had a drink there include former President of the United States and other Roottrees company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned the McCarrans as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which decided to say is about regular local Stevie G, wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out, and we ain't gonna say no to free press, so grab a bite at his kid's joint, Fry Die, and then swing by to meet him for a drink. Popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. It's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. My Boston homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites in Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has to say this about Fried Eye. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef Signature, so I went there and there's a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Oh, we got a new periodical. God, we're finding so much stuff, but we've done nothing useful. They claim to rate things on a scale from wicked awful to wicked wicked. The most recent things to receive wicked awful is an antique store called Bees Things. Apparently the owner, Beatrice, is not very friendly. Recent establishment to receive a wicked is a comic book store in Cambridge called The Million Year Picnic. As far as you can tell, nothing besides Fried Eye seems to be connected to your search in any way. Okay, probably not relevant. Something that may be relevant, though, is that we have James Garland and Robert Garland. And what they're like restaurant people is my sort of guess here. God, we've got so many like threads, like little slight things, like so close to having something, but we really need to we need to get something that we can just like put in, you know? We didn't even finish reading this page, I think. Particularly plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lesson before he moved. Article mentions that though recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. Those usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories are found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. So did I get a new thing? I thought I looked up that book. Did I not get it? I was hoping there'd be more to that, like I'd get a piece of the book or something. What if I don't know if I actually searched this book. There we go. Okay, we got something. Book released for the internet was widespread, so it mentions a rare. One book collector states that publishers are prepared for demand and there was no second printing. Usually fund a copy. Alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. Mentions one of Kitchen Tales recipes use salt water. If you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Oh, and we also had, there's a new periodical we got, right? We got Chef's Signature. There was also like, what, Garnishing the Truth. There was like a Mark Zimmer. McKieran's Brewhouse. Fry Dye. Oops, I spelled that wrong. Aha, we're getting something now. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and that, like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Friday's signature is the samosa cone. What if I search for that in here? No, I meant samosa cone. No, nothing useful. Okay, but we got some evidence pieces, which feels relevant. That's not. I wanted to look at this one. Aha! Here we go. Don't know which one is which. Chef's Signature, a nationally published magazine targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover of the November 1998 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fry Dye, a play on the tie-dye t-shirts that the servers wear that exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices offered in Thai and Indian food. The signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. That sounds amazing, honestly. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although their age difference... So James is the older one. Yeah, okay, so we have that correct. Although the age differences left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. So which is a sous... Oh, so is he the sous chef then? Second in command on this ship traditionally wear red jackets. So we're saying that this guy is Robert. So this guy is Robert, and this guy is James. Yes! First people locked in, baby. Oh, right. Hello, Sam.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news.
Dubious?
I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second
And that was
person that
Anonymom.
approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case.
Oh.
Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've
Thanks,
sent you
Sam.
the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Oh
The
boy,
records
so much
are
more evidence.
quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Oh boy, I was not hoping to get suddenly that much more evidence. I don't know what her maiden name was, and we did have something about her. She delivered produce from her mother's farm. So she was like a delivery. I don't know if that's a driver, maybe. I mean, it's either going to be driver or farmer, I guess. But we don't know the name, and we don't know your last name either. But Robert Garland and James Garland are Roottrees. It's a more modern one, too. Wait, what? These are both in the original family tree. They're married and they have one kid, and that kid is just not listed? Is that what what this is telling me? Interesting. And it's going to be modern. I wonder if it's like Chris Rafferty. I bet you it's Chris Rafferty and his spouse. It's just a new kid. There's no infidelity here at all. Okay. We got so much to look at. Okay. James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and culinary skills to upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm. So I bet you it's probably farmer is what they want me to put there then. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. Oh, right, yes, we saw that. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got off the ground. His line cook gig ended, being up less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Never mind, she's a secretary now. I'm just going to keep changing it. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. Oh, their aunt is probably not relevant. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he did exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those are some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom had always had an eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been Mom's favorite, and my dad always the stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. And that line was, "You're the apple of my pie," I believe. We already had that in there. Okay. Still thinks there's 3 bits of evidence in here that are like relevant though. Don't know what that would be. Samosa cone. I mean, I could search like James and Robert Garland. I don't know if there's anything that's going to be relevant there. Probably not. Got a ton of info. Okay, well, I still have to read this. Kitchen Tales is a book that combines recipes and stories. Mild popularity, but it seems to disappear from online marketplaces in 1992. Found a scan of one story on a website. It demonstrates how to bake the plated loaf. It's like kind of challah bread-esque. For years, 2 bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendships. I wonder if I like search this, or if I just search like Flora or Yates. No. They grew their friendship, compared the recipes, and combined their knowledge. He loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asks the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary, combine the salt and water together, and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. As 10 to 12 years later, they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours. Then spread it out and let sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. I don't know if this is actually useful. It doesn't seem to be. But I'm reading it anyway. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd been unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough, cut the dough to 2 equal pieces, and lightly sprinkled salt across the top of only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew that if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven, atop the parchment from inside outward to make a spiral. I don't know if this is relevant. It like the story might be semi-relevant in that it's sort of like talking about their, like, you know, him and his wife maybe. I wonder if there's you know, maybe it's like her last name could be Flores, but that seems a bit of a stretch. Right, because it's about like Flora and Yates. Like, and you know, Flora is the woman in this story, so maybe it's Flores is her last name. A bit of a stretch, but it's sort of all I got right now. What is this? Regina Clementine and claimed that her husband had confessed he thinks he's a root tree. Details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stewart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottrees. So we're thinking that we could have like Miracle Roottrees back here, I guess. Are we? Is this what we're suggesting? Regina Clementine. Named Regina Clementine came to her husband is confessed. He thinks he's a root tree. Okay, so Regina might be one of these people, or the husband of one of these people. Mary Beth Clementine, who may have had an affair with Miracle. So, although that wouldn't be her. That wouldn't be her maiden name, though. There's a whole ass thing going on over here. And I think that's maybe this guy. And that the sons are here. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. So I think that this is Stuart. Clementine. I gotta get 12 names before they lock in? That's nuts. Oh my god. Oof. And then this was from Regina Clementine. So we think that this is... We don't know if it's one of these two spouses. It doesn't say ex-husband, it says husband. So that's something. So many pieces of evidence to go through. God, we got so much to do. Oh my god. Oh, these company records are so big. Okay. From 6 pieces at prodigy.us to genealogy at prodigy.us. Is that me? I did already search this, didn't I? I think I did, yeah. Regina Clementine Nee Salazar. Aha. So this is from New Orleans and Louisiana, her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received this letter, she called and called her. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she wouldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer and never knew his father. You are a police officer. A policeman. Told her he thought he might be a Roottrees, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she has some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour. Okay, so let's... This is going back to Miracle. She's a pretty well-known singer, so we can probably find her. Singer went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger, and Regina said that Stuart told her that this always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached to this email. Sam Madsen, family, as I now saving a tree, not printing this email, and it is printed. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1959. Traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire is a mix of religious and popular songs. Although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. One thing Mary Beth is known for was her adoption. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She's adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. So, Mark Clementine? Spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States. Wait, well, this is weird. Maybe this is not right, because there's all these adoption things, but I don't see any adoption, because adoption was like this guardian adoption or otherwise, and I don't see any of those. Oh no, we have here guardian adoption or otherwise. Maybe this is in this section of the tree. But there's only one adoption here. No, this is a weird different thing. Because like this person married this person and then they had a kid, but then adopted this kid who is the actual kid of this person and a John Doe. So I don't really think that fits. So I'll continue with this line here, with this line of reasoning here. She spoke as an advocate. Oh, also this is 1940s, 1942, 1949. That seems reasonable to me. Then 1921 is definitely too early, and 1998 is definitely too late. I want to put this in now because I really think this is right. I bet you anything that this is Chris Rafferty. I want to put this in here because this my intuition tells me that this is Chris Rafferty, and I want to be right later, so I'm leaving that. Convincing to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stewart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on the adoption site, under unusual circumstances. In 1959, service of Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. So is this Sterling? This ended her career with a religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded in obscurity. She passed away in 1994, age of 76, of a stroke. So I wonder if it's Sterling. He was like a manager or something, so I wonder if he's in like periodical. Probably not. But I bet she's probably in the Butler County Times. She came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns in the Miracle Congregation's church. Okay, I want to put this in the old notes because it feels like something that is useful to be able to like click back to this and find. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that church's leaders moved when he heard Mary Beth recording one of his favorite hymns, "His Eye is on the Sparrow." His eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. Not religious, but my father was an enormous fan of gospel music for some reason. So I grew up listening to a boatload of gospel music. So I know a lot of hymns. Weirdly. His Eyes on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. If the song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus, if God can find a new way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word, and I felt kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. Second visit was a few years later, 1953. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success. The Assistance of Miracles congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. It also mentions the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption. It prevented her from touring recently, but it doesn't clarify. Interesting. And what was the other one? There was a... He's got the whole world in his hands. Okay, so the other one was the label New Edison. So if we search that in the Modern Music Monthly, New Edison Records and Modern Music Monthly had quite a lot of overlap. There are countless advertisements for various covers of popular songs. They all start to blend together. When you scan the results for anything other than an advertisement, you do find a very brief blurb from when New Edison Records was served. Edison Records. By the time the magazine had covered it, it seems like the lawsuit was settled out of court and New Edison was destined to shut down. The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, said he'd likely create a new record company, but there's no evidence of anywhere that he did, and that was the last mention of him in MMM. So what if we copy that? Okay, so Edison Records. And New Edison Records. Okay, so what if we searched Sterling Edison? New Edison is a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s, raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder Sterling Edison. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. I also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross, and says that her first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Oh, maybe she's not Mary Beth Clementine. Oh man, the Roottreemania is way more complicated. Now, this site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner Sterling Edison got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence. The site's content seems user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase "Send me your stories about old Hollywood" and all them to the page. Edison Records versus Edsel. Fun case because the name of the lawsuit is actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name. At the time of the founding of the company, the U.S. was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Oh, so his name is actually, goddamn, Sterling Edsel? We've changed his last name 3 times. Sterling. Interesting, okay. So if we see Edison Records. And if we search New Edison Records, we don't find anything new. Mary Beth Quaker. So who is Clementine? God damn. These are Clementines, but we don't know anything about the Clementine. Oh man. Oh, I'm like buzzing. This is so good. I'm having such a good time right now. Okay, what if we searched Mark Clementine and Stuart Clementine? Will we find anything? Aha, we found something. Crocodile Clementine is listed on the website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Though Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. It's a pretty big entry and seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but almost everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. Arrested for transporting... Wait, isn't he supposed to be a police officer? Oh no, this is the kid. Mark Clementine. He was apparently quite successful the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as him being given the nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. Released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He most recently famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. So, yeah, so his daughter. Okay, we're finding out something. We still don't know her last name. That's irritating. Mark Clementine, smuggling reptiles into the United States. Smuggler? Criminal? Pilot, maybe? Oh, I guess we don't have to. It still lets us lock them in groups of 3, but we need to get more for it to pop up. Booyah. Well, we got something, and we're pretty sure that that is making progress. I do not want any viewers. Goodbye. I don't want cool bot viewers.
Here goes my Christmas gift idea.
We have so much to search for. The infamy list. Okay, that's nothing. Basket baby of 1950. Gospel singing Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it was in national news, many circles he became known as the basket baby and even went tour on her where he grew up. I bet you that's not true, and it was just like because she was like a religious singer. She didn't want to be like, this is my kid. Like, she just lived in the guest house for a year while having this kid of miracles, and then it's like, yeah, the baby was left on the porch. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were likely to prevent people from looking into it, either people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Like a smuggler, yeah, pilot, I guess. Billy Sims. Oh, the Portland Telegraph. Yeah, we get an article there. The incident received national press, so I'm sure I could find this. Principal Sandstone. Oh god, have I been adding these to Guy's page? No, they've been on Miracle's page. I don't think I need this. I mean, I guess I might as well keep them. Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from Trustworthy to tabloids, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the term the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat comments afterwards, as now heard a famous audio clip from someone who's recording a ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop on the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. Security arrived. The recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." So what if I search the Portland Telegraph? One that provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine. Flying between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane, his flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in Mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. But the story seemed very odd, and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When landed, they were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. I wonder if I can find like a... What is the other kid's name? Stuart. I wonder if I can find a Stuart Clementine. No. My guess is probably not. No. If I search for Sandstone Canyon High School, San Diego, mentioned a lot of articles of the Billy Sims incident. I don't know if I just search San Diego, will I find anything? No. Portland Telegraph, already did that. Okay, so if I search for Billy Sims in like all the periodicals, maybe we'll find something. That appeared in the paper before. Because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events, they found it under a special banner called Croc Watch. God, there's just so much stuff. Like, I was like, I'm just gonna go depth first, and that was a mistake because there's just so much stuff that I can search for everybody. But also, I don't think I could have gone breadth first. That would have been more overwhelming. Mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was... Oh, I didn't really notice that my screen is probably being annoying. No, it's fine if I close the notes. Yeah, that's fine. Good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He's apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It was unknown to school staff, including Sims at the time, who he was, but security had recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Was approaching the side stage, tried to avoid the guard. Exchange between him and Sims took place. What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Croc Watch. Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there are no more instances of Croc Watch. It's apparently, as seen on TV, product aimed at kids. Digital watch that looks at the head of a cartoony crocodile, but has numbers. The eyes would be, and the teeth act as buttons to switch between the different options, such as a stopwatch and an alarm. It comes with a large illustrated book about crocodiles and other amphibious creatures. Advertisements focus heavily on the educational book in an attempt to make the otherwise cheap-looking timepiece seem like a good educational investment. It doesn't seem to be very popular and definitely unrelated to your search. I mean, we're trying to find out about his daughter, and we don't know if it's older or younger, and we don't, like, there's also this, like, whole marriage thing going on. I wonder if at some point we just abandon that and go back to like over here, because we still don't know anything about her. Who is that? Oh, that's Joanna, but we don't know. We couldn't find her last name. I'm sure there's other stuff we could find over here. And there's Christine Flores, a picture that we don't have. Don't know anything about his wife or ex-wife, but I think we should continue focusing on this Mark Engel. Who is Mark Engel? I mean, all of this stuff apparently we've gone through good enough to get all the info out of, so... Other than the notable events, we haven't really looked much about the Rootree Rift. Clark or Anonymom yet. We can get into that. That might be Anonymom. Oh no, this is no, Anonymom we don't know anything about, really. Anonymom is not actually in the tree, right? That was kind of the whole plot point. So I wonder if I search for a Croc Watch in the Portland Telegraph, if we'll find anything. Oops. Croc Watch. No. So what if we search for Billy Sims in other periodicals? Redundant. Different perspective. Goes to paint a picture of the two men involved from the other who's knew them best. Not only did they manage to introduce Sim's wife, Carla, as well as multiple staff members at the school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Boom. I love getting info. Love getting information. Okay. Going to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and often had mood swings. Oh, I don't need to know her profession. When he was charged with the assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost a job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left to move to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes in the Army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web names so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. So that means that these are both Clementines. And they're, I mean, women, but... we know that. Okay, so let's keep searching Mark Colleen Webb. Let's keep searching the see if we can find anything else. I doubt there's anything in Starlit or Teen Blast, but worth a cursory investigation. Already did that. So now what I want to search for, I think, is Colleen Webb, and we'll see if we'll find anything in the periodicals, maybe. See if we can find anything. My guess is probably not. Just in case. My guess is that that was entirely just to find out the ex-wife's name. Yeah, that's all we get there. Carla Sims comes up very occasionally in a small percentage of the articles about Billy Sims. Carla appears to be a nickname, although you have no way of being sure. It seems to most often stand for Carlita. Although she seems not relevant, and Billy Sims isn't even on this page, so I don't know how that would be helpful, but why not? Why not search? Yeah, probably not relevant. So how are we gonna find out his daughter's names? Is that something we'll have to do later? She moved to San Diego with her sister. Oh wish there was... Because San Diego has been mentioned several times. And I was sort of hoping I'd be able to find something San Diego related that I could figure these out. I wonder what these boxes are for. I guess it's just probably the like secret cousins or whatever. Still all these company records to go through. Haven't even looked at them yet. I want to know some Colleen Webb. Apparently it's mentioned in periodicals. Oh, it's not Amstone, it is Sandstone. Oh, and I have school written instead of school. What is going on? Oh, it just won't let me input something that long. An audio clip from someone who's recording this cemetery. Or the ceremony. I wonder if we can like search this. What I want to do is figure out who these kids are, but I don't know if that's actually the best way forward. What might be better is to figure out these people or something going on here. Maybe we look at the new actual evidence bits. It still thinks that there's something here that I need to find. I mean, I guess I could search Zach Morden. I didn't really... do much with that. Hasn't been updated. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything relevant there. Stuffed animal from her childhood. Felix Fellows to Riley and Joanna Fellows, but Joanna did work for the Roottrees Company, overdose. I wonder if I can just find anything about them. No. Okay, I don't see what I could be missing from here. News Time Weekly. Could this rapper be the next Sam Madsen? Guess I could just search Sam Madsen. I think we already saw that. pretty sure we already did stuff with this. I want to know about your kids, but I don't know how I'm going to do that unless I'm going to need to find. It's like probably going to be some San Diego periodical that I'm going to need to find. Look, I don't really want to dive into the company records because they are big. But we got some stuff here. Okay, I'm gonna make a new note about the company records because I feel like there's gonna be a lot here, and this can be like a source for things that come out of this. Directly for Roottrees or in their corporate office. Not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing guest secretaries and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Ernest Madsen Jr., Zach Morton, Edward Roottrees, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Cravensworth. Juliet Joanna Roberts. Joanna Robertson? So I guess it's Joanna Robertson. What was the other name? I guess we can maybe confirm the Christine Flores. Or maybe that's not right, because it was the daughter of like an Elizabeth. So maybe that's Cravensworth. Probably not relevant, but yeah, just in case. So Juliet McMullen, Joanna Robinson, Doris Mays, Beth Knox, probably relevant. Oh, farm. No, what was that? She worked on the farm, right? Yeah, she worked on the farm. Because her mother was the secretary, I think. Elizabeth Farrow. No, delivered from her mother's farm. No, that's not what I wanted to click on. Where was all that? Christine Garland, she and her husband Steve, who is a chef, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. So, and her mother was Elizabeth. So if Elizabeth Farrow. Is what I'm getting there. So Christine Farrow? Can we find a Christine Farrow? I don't even know if that's how you spell Farrow. P-H-A-R-O-A-H. P-H-I-R-O-A-H. I think that's right. It's probably not relevant, but, you know, just in case. Yeah, probably not. John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow, Thomas Green, Fred Gleason, Stuart Todd, Sam Harmon, Robert Logan, Michael Crane, Jack Keatings. These feel relevant? Because apparently he used to, like, hire a lot of... Who's Edward Roottrees? Oh, Edward Roottrees would have been... It's one of these ones. It's the lawyer. Ernest Madsen Jr. Over here is special management. Elizabeth Cravensworth. So, he did have affairs with his secretary, right? wondering if we can get more secretaries over here, and that's sort of what this is about. Like Juliet McCullen, that kind of thing. Can't imagine any of that's going to be relevant, but we got to do something. It announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over the start of 1978. Because this is when Zach is the president. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 1976 and 1977, the following changes took place. Guy Hudson replaced Ernest Madsen Jr. Special management. Patrick Decker was hired. Eli C. Roottrees is no longer employed. Ernest Madsen Jr. is now listed under project management. An attorney in Butler County is listed on a site that claims to detail the best lawyers in every state. From looking at the lack of credentials in the About Us page, you suspect the lawyers on the list are all paid to be there. The biography mentions his education, that he comes from a prestigious line of law experts, including his father, who was the head of lawyer for the Roottreemania Company in the 1970s and 80s. Oh, Patrick Decker Jr. Yeah, so I don't think that's super relevant. But Patrick Decker and then his son are both lawyers. Christine Farrow is hired. Joanna Robinson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. That's here. We've only got like one name. I don't like. I'm pretty sure she became a cashier. Her last job. Christine Farrow was hired. Yeah, because she eventually became, because we saw in this previous one we had an Elizabeth Farrow. Yeah, the farm. Okay, that makes sense to me. That she is Christine Farrow. Joanna Robertson, Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed. Beth Knox feels that, I don't know, Beth Knox, like as a secretary, because she was a secretary and then got fired, right? That Beth Knox very much feels like a relevant name. Can't imagine there's going to be anything actually relevant in any of the periodicals, but you never know. Oh, but that sounds useful. Christina Garland has been hired. Okay. Yeah, so I'm very, very confident about the Christine Farrow thing. John Miller, Gwyneth Madsen. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. She's worked there for she's... Oh, that was 1976, yeah. Okay, so maybe not Beth Knox, because there's a 50 work year anniversary bonus, so she was probably old, and therefore Guy didn't want to bang her. But why did she get a $50,000 bonus? That's insane. I mean, 50 years is a long time, I guess. I just don't know who a Beth... I don't know if a Beth would fit in here anywhere. God damn it. Guy is kind of a piece of work, isn't he? Apparently there's two things that are relevant in here. My guess, though, is that it's like the specifically Christine Farrow, Joanna Robertson. How am I going to get a picture of Christine Farrow? Beth, 50 years. Guy Hudson took over. Being a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing, many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began to develop new 5-piece flavors. Guy Hudson replaced Zachariah Morton. Edward Roottrees, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed. Raffertoons is now listed as office staff. That is Chris Rafferty. Albert Cross and Fred Cross. Freud Cross. The referencing site once had a photo of Clark on it, no longer exists. It redirects to a site for a telephone number called 1010-250, which frustrating keeps popping up in advertisement windows every 2 seconds. Phone number you can dial before making a long distance call to receive a discount with the telephone company. You've been inundated with ads for it and other services like it. This includes TV spots starring celebrities. Doesn't seem relevant. Rafferton's domain is likely purchased by a third party and the license expired. Let me dial it. I want to dial 1010-250. Okay, so not super relevant. I wonder if there's periodicals that might do something relevant. Seems unlikely. Albert Cross, Fred Cross, Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottree. Beatrice Watson and Corinne Schwartz were hired. That... Secretaries being hired. Hello. Corinne Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations, Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymom were harassing her. Oh, maybe she's Anonymom. She recently had to take a leave of absence because people showed up to the car dealership where she works. She's begging people to stop the accusations so she can get back to normal life. Never regarded who you find the journalist involved independently verified she is not Anonymom. Okay. Corinne Schwartz, not Anonymom. That's still a thing I have to search. Like, I haven't searched the Roottree Rift. I haven't searched Anonymom at all. Oh god, it's so big. I haven't done that. I don't want to deal with it yet. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays, Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. I mean, I'm gonna have to come back to these because they don't seem like they're gonna be super relevant right now. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keating's no longer employed. Emily Seinfeld, Sam Cattrall. That sounds familiar. I don't know why that sounds familiar. Robert Logan, William Sams. Interpreter Susan Ford is hired under a special category that existed only for 1 year. Well, that's awful suspicious. Oh, you're not a notable event. You're a guy. You're probably someone that guy was guying around with, you know? So you can probably find out what she interpreted by like where she would where his business trips went to. Presidential office refurbishment. Yeah, so this is why Guy sucks. Like, he became the president, and instead of like rewarding his employees, he like refurbished his office, like developed a caviar flavor of 5 pieces, did a retirement party, did a party in Christmas, did a New Year's party, went to Australia, China, France, and Brazil, then made a butterscotch flavor, then made a caviar flavor again, then another party, another New Year's Eve party. So Australia, China, France, and Brazil implies to me that she was an interpreter for either China, France, or Brazil. I doubt you need an I doubt you need an interpreter for Australia, but I guess it's certainly possible. If he's very dumb. Volatility continued. Many new employees didn't stick around very long. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Douglas Rosenberg, Edward Morrison, Robert Andrews. I mean, there's like so many names. I don't think searching them is going to be very helpful. I've been gifted a non-alcoholic IPA. It's pretty tasty. Linda Lewis. Linda Lewis was hired and then fired in like 1 year. Catherine Garrett. I thought that was familiar, but I was wrong, I guess. Gwyneth Madsen, but Gwyneth Cattrall. Oh, that's why I know Cattrall. Because it was over here. Where are you? Gwyneth Madsen, Gwyneth Cattrall. Sam Cattrall was the husband who got hired, I guess. That was in the previous one, I think. Sam Cattrall, yeah. Then Gwyneth Cattrall. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. Flavor develop, so much flavor development. Butterscotch Zigua. Chinese word for watermelon. Maybe he has a thing for China, I guess. More parties. More parties. Grandorf Dove. Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove. Located about an hour from the Roottrees offices, used to be in Butler County, but serves much of part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. The website is formerly named Grandorf Dove because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government and translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. Renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those days. Staff is listed on the website. You scan through all the biographies and find the principal, Mrs. Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including American Sign Language. She also has been working at the school for over 15 years. Mrs. Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. Mentions she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. I'm going with at least one of these is affairs as Mrs. Ford. Ugh. Grandorf School for the Deaf. Half a block to the main campus and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. Got their name if the president of the Roottrees company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. A vague history section that you can see somewhat fill in details other information you've seen about the school. Donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. Hudson Wing opened to be the first teacher at the new campus. It first only operated on weekdays and then has added afternoon classes and some weekdays. So somebody who is married. So not you and not you. So maybe this is the last one. So I think that this is Ford. And what was her name? Susan Ford. My guess is that this is Susan Ford, who eventually was going to get married to somebody. She was an interpreter, no longer works in this department, but she was moved to office staff, like teacher. Best I have there is principal. Or I can find Susan Ford. Don't think we'll find anything in here. Okay, so what if I search for the Grandorf School for the Deaf? She's certainly a person of interest. I mean, it could be a red herring, but there's no way they're going to give me this much information if it's not relevant at all. Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. Not too many you can look at, all of them, and so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. March of this year mentions the Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from 2 different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contracted by researchers looking to identify if there's any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. Why is it being... the mouse is being weird. Well, she didn't have any twins attending her school. She asked if her daughters Melissa and Heather could be useful. So my guess is that her last name isn't actually Ford, then. And her husband is some Ford. And we have, my youngest, we call her that even though it's only by 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma skipped her sister off the soccer field. So the older one has asthma. Asma skipped her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and has even performed in a local production of Is Their Life After High School later this year. Article includes a picture of the girls. So Melissa and Heather. I don't know which one is. My youngest is shy, so the older one has asthma. Nice. If you Google the author of the game's name, you get it. Oh, sick. Well, I have to go do that now. This game is clearly heavily inspired by Oberdin and her story. I hope it stands on its own, and that it feels more like an homage than a ripoff. Thank you to Lucas Pope and to Sam Barlow. You both ran so I could walk. It also inspired my participation in the world's largest trivia contest on 90 FM in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Shout out to everyone who organizes what competition year after year. Shout out to Portesi Frozen Pizza, which I've never tried but have heard so much about. And lastly, it's inspired by a core memory I have of browsing Beanie Babies Mortal Kombat fan site somewhere around 1995 on my local library's dial-up connection. Thanks to the patient librarians in Bethel, Connecticut, who took the time to explain the internet and helped to change my entire life. If you're seeing this message, please come to the game's Discord and simply type I found the thing in all capital letters in the I found the thing channel. Thanks. Which I did. I wonder if it, like, these things are... They're probably just going to give me the same thing, yeah. Now I'm just interested in the... Okay. There's one song from it that somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical called The Kids Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. If you heard the song before, it's likely that cover. The entire musical deals with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares with their formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. Anyways, the key word in that Butler County Times article was local. Right. A Heather Ford. So Heather is the older one. Melissa is the younger one. Melissa. Okay. Pictures of the girls added to your evidence. Ford twins were used as part of a nationwide study of how allergies and other diseases affect twins differently. The one on the left is holding an inhaler, and the one on the right is holding an EpiPen. So the one on the left is the older one. I feel like we're so close to getting something. I need... Was it done in 4s? I think it was done in 4s. Yeah. So I need one more. And I gotta get Susan Ford's picture and her original last name, I guess. Guess I should keep reading this. Susan Ford. Susan Ford. She was hired there. Guy Hudson died. This is the first months of the year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended. And all the secretaries, mostly handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam Madsen left Roottrees in 1984, so there's the last set of books you have access to. So, Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottrees. Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett. Amy Sutton, Stuart Todd, Victor Logan, Sam Madsen. Cancelled. Cancelled. Fred Gleason, New Year's bonus, Root clothing reimbursement, Carl Roottrees. So Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett feel like possible, like, potential people that could have been affairs. So might as well just take a quick look. Work time temp. Company in many offices of the United States. Roottrees Canning Company listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one you recognize. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between work time temp and anyone related to your search. Worth a shot. Oh, these are both students, I believe. I wonder if there's like a Susan Ford divorce. Miss Susie Ford. No. Okay. Oh, there is an older version of this page. Okay. Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It's awarded to underprivileged schoolgirls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off the designs and professional models on a real runway. Fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees sisters if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Cleansed Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Okay. Name of the law firm that has been hired by Roottreemania Company. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. I'm just gonna like do something like this, because it feels like I might want to get back to this. Fiasco of the 6 pieces and the revelation that the Roottrees internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up that hired outside counsel. Ruby Spratt. Relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before time, while the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Grew up in foster care, excelled at school, and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated top of her class and was quickly hired. Oh god, that's much bigger than I expected it to be. There she graduated at the top of her class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate cases that she was a part of. One was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland, with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Her company services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. So you're telling me Portland... According to the article, Ruby Spratt, foster care system, Valedictorian High School, Gold Award. Project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. I'm going to change this to Ruby Spratt. Feels... I don't know why I'm focusing on her. Oh, hello. Thank you. I've been brought a little snack, which is some very small naans and hummus. Foster Fountain. Fountain found in a small park in Portland. All proceeds from change donated to the fountain are donated to the foster care system. A website for Portland's Parks and Rec map mentions under a trivia section, the Fountains of Youth were originally conceived by Ruby Spratt, an alumni of the foster care system. As more businesses signed on as sponsors, it grew in scope even beyond Spratt's original hopes. Unique special target visitors can earn coins towards. If you land on one of these targets, each of the sponsor businesses matches it. This isn't a huge amount of money from each business, but more than 100 businesses agree to participate, so each penny becomes $1. I was hoping I'd find something about this in like Portland, but maybe not. So I also have Mid-Eastern University and Cicely Sanchez. These are really good. It looks like a book. What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All your politics, relationships, gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person, included interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put down this without wondering, what if it were me? I wonder if this is a thing. That feels very much like a somebody is actually somebody else sort of situation. This feels like something that could show up much later, so I'm going to hold on to that. And from the Catholic Church, who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. Returning to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. Tells his version of the story, but the author also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with this so-called converted. Okay. Looks like nothing really that relevant. Her nonfiction, with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche, appeared in a magazine called Picotee with an article about a... Ooh, hello. We may have found... Ah, you tricky game. If you just search the first thing, you get a flower, not the magazine. Tabloid. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article is not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottrees Corporation. The big Sea-Bass issue, was pulled from shelves, become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottrees company is hiding. You found a recently finished online auction that listed a copy for $1,000 and nobody bid. Big sassy bass. So we need to search that magazine for a bunch of stuff, because we'll probably find Guy Hudson. We might find the other man, because it's like a tabloid, so we might see something with like the principal that got punched. Okay. And then all the way back to Mideastern University. The Spectres. Nothing. Oops. Legal and language departments for Pride and Joy. They have fairly extensive computer science robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, some refer to it as a little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling the newspaper Hedderold. If I get that, will I get a periodical? I do. Gained so much information. Websites boast that they still have a historical technology museum on campus, including a still functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. They have a printing press that they use to print one special year-end issue of the Hedderold each year. Boy. We've certainly gained a lot here. But nothing that's actually evidence about anything. We found 2 magazines, though. It's sort of the main thing here. All right. Well, let's do some periodicals. What did we have? This one. Issue that focused on talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low. Piketty had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue is said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because the pictures, issues pulled from store shelves. Instant collectors item do this recall the version found in the archives is incomplete. So what if I searched Guy Hudson here? What if I searched like nothing? Oh, worth a shot. What was that other man? I didn't really do anything with the company records, did I? Guess we don't need them. That was under Miracle because it was Billy Sims. So not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. Look at the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it, gain a few bits of information, though it might not be useful. Once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing the products on animals. Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. Piketty interviewed other students and that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around is that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. We got a name. I've been looking for a name for so long. For Mary Clementine. Not that that's actually what we're even searching for right now, but that's what we have. Ruby Spratt. This didn't go over well with the predominantly middle class to upper class audience in attendance. Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning a place in Mid-Eastern with full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience that appears the perfect GPA. Felt like the ideal occasion for the celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty, but unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remain unconverted. I'm wondering if, given that it's like a popular law school, I'm wondering if we searched for like Edward Roottree, if we'd get anything in here. Nah. I was excited. I wonder if there's like a it's like a tabloid, so I was wondering if I'd find anything useful. So we have Mary Clementine now. That we might be able to find something from. So much stuff. Oh, this seems like it's gonna be relevant. Basil Bub, could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? This is the issue of Piketty magazine that contained an article about Sicily. I don't know how you pronounce that. Sicily? I don't know. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. He used photos of Guy that she did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist by the lawyers. The magazine was pulled from shelves and a version you found in your periodical stash had relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. Yet, there's 8 things here. So why is this relevant then? So what if I search for Mary Clementine? Will I find anything? Not really. All that felt like I should have gotten more than I did. Yeah, that led me to Ruby Legal Enterprises. Huh. Still thinks my the reminders are relevant. Wondering if there's I could look at something specifically about Portland. There's that because something with the gas station just feels relevant to me. So it's Susan Ford, 5 languages. She learned ASL from the main school. No, I want to search. She's been working at it for over 15 years. I don't think there'd be anything else in here. Maybe in this one? So we haven't done anything with that magazine yet. Oh, I didn't. How did I not notice this? Grandorf Dove, the Center for Crime Miracles, 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school in vehicles outside the brand new Hudson wing of the school. Multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who is coincidentally a former student at the school. So is that his wife, her husband? Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation, the police reports, trials, and restraining orders Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the schools agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Ring have been all afforded further appearances in the Butler County Times. My guess then is in fact then that this is Thomas Hughes, and she went back to using her like maiden name. So I wonder if these are then Hughes, or she calls him Ford. $1982. This is 1982, though. And in the books, she's just Ford the whole time. And that was 1982. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottrees. It's slightly unclear to me whether then she should be Hughes and he's Ford, or if she's Ford and he's Hughes, and therefore if these kids are Hughes or Ford. I'm gonna go with Hughes. No, Ford twins. They're called Ford twins. So to me that implies that her name is Susan Ford. But I wonder if that means if I search for Hughes, if I search for Mrs. Hughes. So my guess is that the husband is because they got divorced, yeah. So how am I gonna find? I need a picture of her. Where am I gonna get a picture of Where am I gonna get a picture of her? That's clearly what I need. Pretty sure it's Principal. I always spell it wrong. I get that wrong a lot. Pennsylvania, nearby Ohio. What if I search Pennsylvania? I'm probably not going to get anything relevant. No, I meant to search for Pennsylvania. No. Super strange to me. I need to find a maybe I'm like I shouldn't be so locked onto her. But I need a picture of her, and I think that locks up another 4, which would put me at it should put me at another name. I'm not sure where to go with this now. I mean, clearly there's a lot going on with these. I wonder if I can find like Stephen Garland. In one of the new ones. Probably not. What could this possibly have information about? I don't know what they could possibly have info about. What does that? What could that magazine do for me? Yeah, I'm like wildly lost right now. Thomas Hughes, Susan Ford. Thank you. Heather Ford, Melissa Ford. I don't know if I've actually searched for them. I don't know who these could be. Well, these are probably secretaries or like other young female staff that were hired. Got nothing about this, but my guess is that it was Elias Roottrees. I got Mary Clementine out of that was out of this, I think. I wonder if I search him. Mark Clementine. No, it just gives me this. Oh, right. There's Tostarito Jacobson that I was going to search for. Fuegos Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed their name to Tostarito. The Tostarito is a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. Including to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Lucinda Jacobson. So, now what if I search for Fuegos Fiesta? Lucinda Jacobson. Spell it correctly, ya doofus. Toasterito. Toasterito Jacobson. Wait, Lucinda Jacobson, that's a name that matters. Helen Roottrees and Lucinda Jacobson. Oh, that's fun. I think that might just be an Easter egg. Because that's, Edith and Lucinda. Right, that's over here. Because that is Edith Jacobson is Roottrees Jr.'s wife. So Lucinda Jacobson, I think, is just a fun little Easter egg. It's like the sister of that person. Toasterito. Cinda Jacobson. Daughter Mary was graduating that night. So how am I going to find anything about them? Like, apparently they have kids. What was the other one that I found? It was this one. I'm pretty lost here. Crocodile Clementine? What if I just search for him? Nothing really. Colleen Webb. Yeah, we already had that. San Diego. They keep mentioning San Diego, and I want to be able to find like a San Diego periodical or something, but I've got nothing. I bet you I need to find some sort of San Diego periodical, which will then lead me to these people. So maybe I can't focus on that until I find the correct periodical. Joanna Robertson. Riley Fellows, David Fellows. Susan Ford. I want to find out, like, how do I get a picture of Susan Ford? All right. I think maybe it's time that we start searching up the other things. Because we had the Roottrees Rift, and we had Clark Rafferty, and we had Roottreemania and a Anonymom to look for. Clark Rafferty, LaRue, and Ron Roottree would be taking over for what is essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of Six Pieces. 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that he thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the new permanent president. Information about Clark he knew already. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on the advertising career that his mother was Lauren Roottrie. Few seem to touch on this complexity and volatile marital history. Clark has tried to remain in the spotlight, but did have one notable foray in the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that Clarence Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Let's just get that sort of started. Just so we have something. Ron was announced as president of Roottrees during the Roottrees Rift. Reversed, the announcement said that stated Ron and Clark would take over. A few said Ron was dropped. Hundreds of results about this development. Most articles are retelling of basic details. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Ron has done some interviews saying that the trust of what went on behind the scenes is not something that he wishes to discuss. Said he hopes to release his movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother Gwen died in Paris, France. He and his brother Robbie have seemingly made amends. So Ron Roottrie has a Business Watch article. What really happened with the Roottrees? The article mentions that nobody from the Roottrees that they reached out to is willing to go to the record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leak, and a source on the inside. Oh. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones that supposedly confirm with their anonymous source. Timeline says that the family actually had a preliminary vote after Carl Roottrie died, but before the release of Six Pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Roottrie to take over because of experience running RR Productions, and because he was a well-known and respected Roottrie. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried that he would gut the Clarence Trust to remove Robbie Roottrie. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When Six Pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight, and released a press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. Caused chaos in the family. Tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Cleansed Trust. They eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. I wonder if I search this, I'll get something new. Oh, yeah. Nearly every Roottrie can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Because the family would be slow to approve major expenditures. Clarence Trust him under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie. Seems as though that who wrote the trust purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because of the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public. It did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third-party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that financial motivations of Roottrie family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Rootrees. Some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. Does not seem helpful. I think could have sworn there's something about him in one of these. Yeah, that's old. But Ron Roottree's up here. Okay. So there's Gwyn. This is an updated version. Kristen Valdez claims to have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. Well, maybe that's not interesting. This might be a red herring. Private school near her hometown and broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. Well, didn't he go? He went to like the academy or whatever. So that feels not relevant to me. So I think what I do want to search though is Gwyn Roottree, because there might be new movies or something. Died in Paris about 3 weeks ago. After leaving Hollywood, she made no effort to stay in the limelight, and most obituaries tend to focus on her largest role, guys like us. Not much is known about her death, except it was announced that she died peacefully in her sleep while being treated for a sudden severe case of pneumonia. She had apparently been in relatively good health, according to friends and family. She was 67. Talks of a remake. Okay. I mean, Roottreemania is just, yeah, I don't think it's that relevant. Huntington's disease. Harrison Lane. Hasn't been updated. Guys like us. I wonder if I search like remake if I get something. Upcoming films, movie news. The logo is a cow on a film canister. Serious medical issue. Can I search for like Cameron Diaz and these people? Feels like it should be relevant, but it doesn't seem to be. There's a lot of that in this. This feels a lot harder, and I'm pretty happy about that. Okay. I think I've already read this. Ron Roottrie, taking over temporarily. Basically, like, it's all like various things that it's telling me kind of the same thing, which is sort of that the law firm is now sort of in charge of deciding who gets confirmed. So the other thing that we haven't really looked at is Anonymom. My guess is that it's sort of a red herring, though. Slept with Guy Hudson, her daughter was a Roottrie. Accusation came during the height of Roottreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows, the disguised voice, and promoted an article about herself in the News Time. She referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottrie. News Time article. Sam Edson supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people began skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to 5Ps. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story, included her job secretary and the time period. I mean, maybe he banged more than one secretary. After fumbling the 5P story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all clients of trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at the joint press conference with lawyers representing Anonymom and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope the story could repeat itself after 5Ps felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track her down her true identity. The Roottrees company felt pressured to put out a secondary statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even so going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottrees is not a Roottrees, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claims. It has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anticlimax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottreemania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination with secret Roottrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of 6 pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottrees has already been eliminated as potential new Roottrees by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymous affair does not appear on your updated tree. So... oh, well, we got something out of this. Jane Doe Roottrees. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after when they issued an apology featuring her in the first place. There we go. Piketty is not afraid to expose details that other publications would. Shortly after the announcement that Jane Doe Roottrees is not a Roottrees, Piketty exposed personal details about the story of Anonymom under the headline Anonymom, the Anonicon. This said Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina, and her daughter's name was Courtney May. They also said that the women's vouched for her famous cover story. They didn't identify News Time, perhaps to avoid being sued. is named Corinne S., and she had filed for bankruptcy. The article speculates that Anonymom and Corinne were in on it together, and even speculates that they might have been lovers. PT is not a credible publication. Their information wasn't particularly actionable. Very few people seemed to notice or care. Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store. Her daughter's name is Courtney May. So the woman that vouched for her famous cover story is named Corinne S. So the thing that I'm interested about there is if I looked at like this and we see like if we look for like Corinne Schwartz that verified it. And we did have that note in here, I believe, that was like Corinne Schwartz is not Anonymom. So Corinne Schwartz like verified it, I guess. So it could be Beatrice Watts is like Anonymom. Maybe not. Courtney May. Well, we did find a new evidence, so maybe that's a thing that we can... well, I can't look at those. It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymom's daughter was not a Roottrees. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottrees, but did not coin the phrase Anonymom, came before all that right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Times shortly after 5Ps was confirmed to be a member of the Roottrees family. In an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike 5Ps, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claims to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morton were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when he found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that the daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article written in News Time, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottrees company at the same time as 5P's mother's Joanna, the stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Joanna was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottrees, and all the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details she provided to News Time, the reporter was able to reach out to the other women hired at the same time. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. 5P's case was strengthened, and the news story was subsequently published. So that looks like, yeah, not relevant, really. But if we look at these, Beatrice Watts and Connie Schwartz were hired. So that's, like, it's Beatrice Watts. Anonymom is Beatrice Watts. And then, so if we went back to this, and I can copy that, I wonder if I can like search for Courtney May Watts. Hey, got some. Simple website with black text on a white background and a few images. From the view counter, you can tell you're one of only a few hundred people who's visited it. She's not shy about claiming she's Jane Doe Roottrees. As proof, she has posted an unobscured cover from the time she was featured on Newstime, as well as a different picture of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be created in defense of her mother, who has been the target of public scrutiny. Under the headline, The True Story of Jane Doe Roottrees, courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts, Courtney May writes, everyone, I'm gonna highlight this so that it gets stuck in there. But everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before 5Ps was ever on the cover of Newstime. Nobody at the Roottrees company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV magazines. The site is a scanned letter from the Ruby legal group to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders her to leave the Roottrees alone. It's dated from a few weeks before the 5Ps article appeared in Newstime and seems legitimate. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine featured more detail. Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell her story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying because her story was just like 5Ps. But my mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell Newstime that seeing 5Ps in the cover is what inspired her to go public. That's the only way Newstime would agree to it and help her get her on TV, but it's not true. Our story was first. Her defense continues, much of it seems repetitive and useless. Towards the end of her page, she discusses the DNA test and defend her mother's character. My mom is amazing. She's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned about DNA in college, but I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mom is 100% confident that there's nobody else who could be the father. Either they did the test wrong or the DNA is complete BS. She is not a liar. Interesting. Courtney May and Danny together forever. So what? Maybe this... It might be a red herring. My guess is that it's probably a red herring. Because we don't have a daughter that's like married to anywhere here, but there's like a non-zero chance that that could be a real thing. Unremarkable law firm based in North Carolina, named after its senior partners Winston Ryan and Gregory Cork. Firm mostly handles local cases and represented Anonymom. Their website is a section about the case, including a scan of the DNA test result that proved Jane Doe Roottrees was not a Roottrees. Interesting. Maybe it's not a red herring. This is a DNA test you got from the website for the law firm Ryan and Cork. The test says there's virtually no chance that Anonymom's daughter, Courtney May, was a Roottrees. It lists that the DNA from Jane Doe was tested against the DNA of Bonnie Kellogg, Nee Hudson, Guy's twin sister. Ryan and Cork, representing Anonymom, have confirmed that the sample they sent to the Roottrees is definitely Courtney May's hair. The test is from a company called DNA to Co, and the doctor has circled the results and signed the paper. 0.5% match. Bonnie Kellogg. So you're saying that it was tested against this person. I'm interested. We're finding some evidence. Dynatico is a DNA testing company. DNA testing is a relatively new phenomenon that allows scientific laboratories to prove a possible family relationship between two people. Fairly cutting edge, the method by which they test samples has only become standard in the last decades. According to their site, Dynatico is responsible for the DNA test that proves Felix Fellows a Roottrie and even use it as an example of how a DNA test looks. They used to provide some information about the process. Whenever they take a sample in person, they put the name of the person on the test according to their legal ID, which is why it says David instead of Felix. Because Guy Hudson is dead, there's no known DNA source for Guy. They tested Felix's hair versus the hair sample sent from the Roottrees. It's listed as Jane Doe because it wasn't collected in person, but the Roottree company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg. That's why it says a paternal aunt test. The left and right sets of the numbers are essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of two people in question and nobody else. The way the test works is that if certain parts of the signature are shared, then it's very likely two people are related. As far as you can tell, it's a legitimate company. They don't seem to have any reason to create fake results or hide the truth. Jane Doe, alleged paternal aunt, Bonnie Kellogg. I mean, they could be lying. Oh, this is David Fellows' one, right? Yeah. Felix Fellows is a Roottrie. They received permission to post it for the example for potential clients. 99% chance David Fellows is related to their alleged aunt who is listed as Jane Doe. As far as you can tell, Dynatico is a neutral third party that hasn't been used. I can't tell if this is like a red herring that is supposed to, like, that's just, you know, confirming to me that, you know, the lady is kind of nuts and that there isn't a, that isn't an affair. Or if it's trying to get me to, like, learn that the DNA test is false or faked somehow. My guess is that it's the first one as of right now. Adrian Rowland. I wonder if I can search for that. Is that how it was spelled? Adrian Rowland. Yeah, that's how it's spelled. And that looks like test. Well, I could look at these like 1516, 1516, 911, and then if I look at this, these are different. These are different. D3S 1358 14. D3S 1358 1516. 310130. It's a different kind of test. TPOX 45. TPOX 68. I mean, it's a different kind of test. It's a different kind of test. 3101-30. That skeeves me out a little bit. It says that this is from Bonnie Kellogg, and this just says Jane Doe. So to me, that implies something weird. God, we haven't made any progress in so long, but we found a bunch of stuff, but we haven't made any progress. I still can't tell. I don't know whether this is supposed to be. Yeah, that perfectly matched the DNA of two people in question and nobody else. So they're two different tests. Like, it's a fake test. There's absolutely something weird going on there. There's no way it's not something screwy. Doesn't look like there's anything there. That's irritating. Okay, well we found something. Where was that? That was ending in this. Many secretaries working under Zach Morton were already gone. Other women both qualified. Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. She and another woman are hired at the same time. Okay, well we know what that other woman is. It is... Connie Schwartz. Corrine Schwartz. Corrine Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations. Oh right, this is why we said she was not a non-mom. From local news stations in Pennsylvania. I wish there was a... The article explains it's impossible for you to be a non-mom because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corrine could have been involved in any of the potential affairs in your tree. I'm not getting anywhere. I wonder if I go down just like a different... Like, I've been focusing really hard on trying to find something about these people, but maybe I just have to enter into another sort of area. Right? Like if I... go to some completely different section. Discover where the mass is. Gone to the art picture of his cousin, said it's a list of questions people keep emailing him. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was young. I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. I left Pennsylvania and moved back to home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number and a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. So that's Chris Rafferty is LaRue, Jane LaRue, and Pete, I guess. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, obviously, but we aren't very close. You ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5, and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. The photo's been added to your evidence. I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees Curse website. He emailed some old stuff, including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. He spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. There's an older version of this. Oh, let's go back to that in a minute. Oh, so this is a picture. Chris Rafferty's website, according to Chris, it's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. Huh. While they were distracted, he snuck in the supply of chocolates he kept for visitors and tourists. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was. Interesting, but that was that's a Guy Hudson picture. And that's Chris. And he thinks that it's his father. So his father and some woman. My guess is that the some woman is somebody that there's going to be an affair with. And then this is, I guess, a picture of Clark Rafferty. So that gave us something, but nothing that actually helps us confirm anything now. Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. I wonder if I search him again. Okay. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor count reached 7 digits. Many other articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in the Roottrees news lists Thomas Overwood the constant stream of events to base new theories on. One of his theories involved Roottrees deaths as being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who've died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with the post mentioning that he's begun to believe the guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottrees is still in charge, Gwen Roottrees' death was faked, and that Clark was only there to throw people off. Apparently this led Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. 5-piece. He can't possibly be a Roottrees. On his first album songs when he was performing with under the devil name, he actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to the Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottrees' book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he's managed to pick up the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. There's also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood... No, it's not. And Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into detail why. Pretty sure it's not a leap year, because it's not a leap year when they're divisible by 4. I have to Google this. 2000 leap year. Oh, it was. Oh, I had it slightly wrong. Centuries are not leap years unless they're also divisible by 400. So 1900 was not a leap year, but 2000 is. And 2100 won't be a leap year. So that's the only one that we will ever see, you know? That's cool. The next one will be 2400. I knew it was something like that. Guy's not dead theory. Oh, we got a picture. Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottrees company, which has multiple failed products. Something needed to be done with the company immediately. Instantly back in the favor of consumers. Killed off Guy Hudson, replaced him with the new president. Move immediately garnered sympathy. The company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized he was simply Guy Hudson in elaborate disguise. which is why I stopped appearing in public. And people who are on the site are asking for help. They're certain that this included all of this accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Piketty. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez with Guy Hudson, some photos. That was the one that the weird conspiracy theory man is not garbage in this one. It was in the previous game, but it's not in this one because that's like a magazine that we are missing the pages from. Hasn't been updated. Spirit Cola. Not relevant. It has updated. The young webmaster turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. It seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced like a rose after all. Regardless, there's no relevant information. It's a picture of the girls with the sad MIDI piano playing in the background. Charities and set up in the girl's name, the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship, which we have already found. So the fact that this is probably not Chris Rafferty. Photos from the magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez. Oh. Who are you? In Piketty. The issue of the Piketty magazine it came from was pulled from the shelves. We managed to find it online. Piketty does not label its individual photos. Both photos are instead under the shared label. Cicely has provided these photos by the Roottrees company for use in her book. So that, well, I mean, we know who that is. Guy. Oops. Got a couple photos of Guy. And that's a Zachariah Morden photo. So who's that blonde lady? We don't really know. This photo is the first piece from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Piketty. The issue of Piketty magazine it came from was pulled from the shelves and found online. Does not label its individual photos. Both photos are instead on the shared label provided by use. There's a Christmas tree. So this was at a... Aha, there's another person there. I don't know who those people are, but that's another Guy photo. Oh, I wonder if one of those is a Susan Ford. Because there might be people that... There's something to that. I'm gonna have to go back and find. There's a lot of info that I'm gonna have to go back and like parse through, though. Oh, have I had a photo of Joanna this whole time? Oh no, yeah, she's there. Duh. Because there was like these old history, like really old history pages. Oh, okay, so when did we have Christmas parties, I guess, right? None that year. Christmas Tree Bash in 1978. Christmas Tree Bash in 1980. So 1978 and 1980. there were Christmas tree parties. So that could have been Beatrice Watts or Connie Schwartz. Christine Garland. Here we had Connie Schwartz, Beatrice Watts, Linda Lewis, Angela Ingram, Lisa Lewis, Catherine Garrett. I mean, that looks awful suspicious to me, but like that's just a guess, and I don't want to put that in. Yeah, because we got that lady, and that's like somebody in the background. Looks like maybe a staff member or something. So this is at a Christmas party. She could pretty easily be a secretary. And that was the handoff. That looks like it's part of the handoff. So that... 1978. That could be Christine Farrow. Or Joanna Robertson. No, we already have Joanna Robertson. Yes! Bling. Booyah. Got a bunch of stuff there.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. But I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay, so not much there. Okay, so we have this all locked in. That whole first and second affair are just done. So I wonder if this, where we get a Susan Ford from. Somebody who worked there. There's no indication that he might be deaf, is there? Doesn't look like it. This photo is just finished with. The fact that I have their photos makes me feel like I need to put them in somewhere. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottrees in 1982. That could pretty easily be Susan Ford. But the fact that there's a picture of a man there doesn't imply that to me, right? Like, who is this? He's got to be somebody. There's this sort of story about how she went and like went home with somebody else. Like, so the fact that that's Christine Farrow and then that's Joanna Robertson gives me not much indication that, because I remember there were stories from the earlier on. It was like, you know, she went to the party, wasn't expecting it to be a swingers party, something with her daughter, like her mother was Elizabeth or something. So if we look at like this, there was like Beth Knox, Joanna Robertson, Christine Farrow, Christine Garland. There's Elizabeth Cravensworth, who I think is Elizabeth Cravensworth to me feels like a name. There was something about all the way back here about that. It was like in this stuff, I think. Christine Garland, husband Steve, used to deliver products from his farm, used to work extra hours just to be there. Secretary went back to delivering products on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston. Something like that. Roottrees Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative. In the beginning of 1979, some of the other Roottrees Everywhere results, Roottrees Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating, find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil is the only region where caviar flavor were a hit. Factories still exist to this day, solely to create the flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5-piece bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvagos, near the municipality of São Bernardino de Campo, became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. Fairly controversial, locals did not want it here. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Oh, I bet you visited Brazil around Christmas, you say. They could be Latin American to me. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly except for two incidents. The first was Inciedo de Bordeaux in 1982. The second was an unsuccessful strike that involved all the other factory workers being replaced. Originally built and run by a small company called Nova... Oh, God, we have a lot here. The New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. Okay. Expansion in the late 1970s coincided with some other large changes at the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different, sometimes haphazard ways. Minimal organized information about the history of the expansion is up online. You can glean the following. Roottrees candy has been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as 1940s, places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe. Roottrees Everywhere involved Roottrees expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottrees. Started with 4 that had no share in Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of these countries is an entirely new company formed, most by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. This is maybe where I get a picture of Susan, because she was a translator for all this. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in the summer of 1979. During the late 70s, China went through a period of economic reform, new opportunities for American companies, Lang Hongbo, personally owned over the Roottrees family, was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottrees candy and label it for not only China but for additional markets. Already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control on his death in 1986, passed the oldest child to the next generation. Oh my god, there's so much that I have to dig into here. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it in nearly every language. Also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses. Not company focused, used nothing useful. Rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove the company's been the Lang family for a long time. Roottrees deal. Lang Hongbo in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is the last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on this website. His younger brother Lang Hongyu is featured on the history section directly following him. Seems to only mention the man. Current CEO is listed as a woman simply as Jin Yu. The site doesn't list her last name, although she does appear in the family tree belong Hongbo. Lang Tai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Roottrees logo, another is Tranquils, the third is Piece of Asia. If I searched for... Oh god, why do I still have that copied? Will I find anything if I do this? Did he have an affair with somebody in China? She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article entitled Empowered is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister, took over CEO of her family's company in 1992, after her elderly uncle was deemed too unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. Apparently, extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not say how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. The company has been performing well. Her nephew is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as, someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could do us all. The article offhandedly mentions Xinyu as an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. There's an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says that it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It has been added to your evidence. Well, you're obviously there for a reason. I'm really curious as if can I search for, yeah, I can. My assumption is that this is one of his affairs. Maybe the other one is a Brazilian one? Oh yeah, so I bet you this is this guy, and this is this person. Maybe we'll be able to finish off Guy here. Helped her sister have a child. Tranquils, Piece of Asia. The main quilt is flaming unicorn, soared through the space with peace symbols all around it. Weren't listed on the website for Lang Tai Textile Company. They don't seem to have much of a connection. It appears they import cloth. American arm of Lang Tai, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to the site, the Tai and Lang Tai translate to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are lots of other companies listed here, too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have any relevance. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Tai. There for fabrics and cloths at also prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. Owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Xinyao. So that feels maybe like a sister. Jerry Hahn. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Hahn appeared recently on a website called the Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hangin' with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. This article never names it. After it expands to the U.S., Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the U.S. portion of the business. Linda jokes the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song and how all ironic it ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on our wall and is obsessed with Robert Redford. Okay. So you probably... Wait, where did these photos come from? And you are, that's my guess. Where did that like wedding photo come from? Oh, it's here. Courtney, May, and Danny, right? That might just be red herrings. Somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly ever going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived here. She doesn't even like visiting the U.S. anymore. So this is probably... Mark Hahn. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he's old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. So my guess is college student. Business school in China. Our niece who grew up there was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of Team Talonclaw. They're one of the only two teams in the US participating in a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called Gin and Tonics, a small business called Corporate Synergistic Solutions Unlimited. Oops, I didn't mean to highlight that. I meant to search it. Mideastern University, you say? Robotics Club is a text-only site. You can find link to the university student section. The site seems like it's used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been canceled because a few members of the team were currently in the UK filming. Captain Jada Patel, Lucy Lang, Kurt Hauser. There are too many things. There are like too many things to search. Team Talonclaw lists 3 student members and interest but each of their history, including their interest in robotics. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She states that she grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world, and has the moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, she has progressed through her major. She has become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanisms that closes Talonclaw's weapon. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl, who is used in popular culture. Article is a picture, now in your evidence. Oh, it says she helped her sister conceive via IVF. So my assumption is that was Mark Hahn, but maybe it's actually Lucy. This seems reasonable. Man, this all started from searching Brazil, and now we're at like all this weird stuff about robot fighting. Gin and tonics. Like the wind, Boca. I want to review the time subways of your mind as one of those rare songs that feels like it's always existed. An artist just plucked it, fully formed from the collective ether. Hard to imagine a world in which this modern classic won't be a regular part of our audio landscape in the next 100 years. Many follow-ups. Taking Hands, Modern Danger, Like the Wind. An obscure Irish band called U2 once cited both Fex and Jim and Diamond as inspiration. As far as you can tell, neither Fex nor Subway has anything to do with research, and seeing as U2 is relatively unknown to anyone outside of Dublin, the connection seems to be an odd coincidence. Okay, probably nothing there relevant. Maybe someday. Corporate Synergistic Solutions Unlimited. Okay, so those are all red herrings, I think. After the Lucy Lang. Where was that? Hanging with the Hans. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here, starting herself calling Lucy Lang. Yeah, that's got to be it. There's still a piece of evidence we haven't even looked at, but that's because we were like Roottree everywhere, I think. Roottrees Australia is one of the companies created, manufacture, and distribute Roottrees candy. Summer 1979. Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottrees Candy Company at the time. Only in certain regions. Shuttered in 1992. Roottrees also now serves an importer and distributor, Charles Martin. Australian Commerce mentions he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrees company in the US, much like how the Clancy Trust distributed the profits from the Roottrees company evenly to the Roottrees family. The profits of the Roottrees also would be split 50-50 between the American Roottrees company and Martin himself. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottrees candy gained a poor reputation in Australia, and sales suffered immensely. Charles' vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at the first opportunity. Top 100 wealthiest women in the world, owns a private island off the coast of Australia. She has no husband, and there's a wide circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children. You found a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin's seemingly leaned into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said "Satisfied Partner" on it. I think these are probably all just flavory things. Okay. Roottrees, France, and then I think Brazil is the other one we want to look at. Roottrees, France was a non-starter, broke down pretty late in the process. Meant to be Tristan Robert. So much info. Articles in French, and it takes some time to translate the section. Mentions Guy by his first name until he tells him quite ugly. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which he refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he's also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interviewer never returns to the subject of Roottrees. Pokemania. Okay, so I think we're back to Roottrees, Brazil. Okay, yeah. So this is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing so he could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians, so the tale he was writing that involved corruption and politics. The small town name he made up where the factory was located was invented by mixing two other regions, Interlagos. That's very funny. São Bernardo do Campo, a real place in Brazil. Okay, so this is not relevant. So if I can probably remove... Oh god, I don't know how I highlighted that. This. Edson Soares. Dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD. Focused on the side of rise of democracy in Brazil. Since until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. Few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Former mayor, before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for the major American car company. Put in charge of this town by the military government, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of the American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. Two side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor. In what that paper speculates was a move to counteract this unpopularity, his wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telered. He often used his connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs, emphasizing his political victories. Remained in office until he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It's not known where he has gone, but the district station even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Much to go with who ran it and when. Okay. So what if we searched for Sonia Soares? News anchor in Brazil named Flávio Soares, who has a mother named Sonia. Let's go. I'm gonna go with Sonia Soares, but that's not her maiden name. And this is Edson Soares. And this is Soares TV, like anchor. News anchor. Flavio. If I'm right, this will all like lock in when I click on her, which would be nice. And that's a good chunk of Guy Hudson finished. I wonder if that's her. I doubt it is. Brazilian newscaster with a cult following is, to put in polite terms, lewd. There's a website, something called fanfiction. There's a small section dedicated to him. Seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some tales there and learn that the common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get out of the picture rather quickly. Also, other more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, his zodiac sign, his favorite food, and his mother's name, Sonia. Also, it seems that Flavo translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavo seems to confirm this. The photo has been added to your evidence. British supermodel does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. Some controversy protested by PETA, dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavo Soares, which has brought both somewhat into the limelight. Sonia Soares, who has a mother named Sonia. Okay. So I need to find her maiden name, I guess. Maple Fire. The factory is deliberately attacked in a clear case of arson. Fire is brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claim the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. Rebuilt continues production. Unknown why this happened, but last year a town special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to this report, the mayor of the city is found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Roottrees Brazil strike. If I do that, will I find something? No. God damn. This was a absolute rabbit hole. Small company called Nova this name. Just okay, so this is the same thing. I don't know. I need to find something about her. College student, democracy in Brazil. I mean, media mogul, but that's not going to be her last name. Yeah, look at that, like, slight red hair. This is absolutely it. What if I searched, like, Soares? Unhelpful. Well, we got this guy. Natasha, kisses from Brazil. Flavio Soares. There's a supermodel named Ashley York. So what if we searched her in like some of the like starlet kind of magazines? Ashley York, a British model, appeared on the cover of Teen Blast wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any explanation, but another more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Soares. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. Felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called this. Massive media group owned and run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. It's a common name in Brazil, so she shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public's eye. According to history pages, it's focused on our company and vague, unsearchable details. Significant inheritance in 1980, invested in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. Same time, she had just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. Brazil began its period of reform. Unmarried, it does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, and then she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. Sonia Alves, and then what? Nia Alves. No relevant results. Sonia Alves is a common name in some parts of the world. So my guess is... so something is wrong here. Because otherwise that should be locked in. Current CEO is in you, so that seems correct. Okay. Sonia Alves. Or Nia Alves? Aha. Many forms of media in Brazil under the umbrella of this. Business Watch has mentioned her by name a few times. Most relevant appearance seems to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts due to difference in laws. A few media groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and the Middle East. Brazil is also discussed. Lack of freedom of speech laws in Brazil. There's been added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories on those channels. Nia is extremely private about her identity and supposedly once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. Journalists claimed this to shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. His research claimed that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. It also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show. They do not live together and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. The final claim that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious and possibly illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship, as his research uncovered that she could not possibly have earned this enough to start a media company otherwise. After making the statement, the reporter went into hiding for fear of his safety. Okay. Nia Alves. So what if we did that in some other... Sonia Alves. No. Okay. Feels like we need to get like her actual last name or something. That certainly makes sense for all this. Hmm. 1973. I doubt that's actually going to be any relevant. Yeah. Rival network. Porter went into hiding. I wish I had something else. Well, we did a lot of searching. There's a lot of words. We don't really have much there. Xinyu Lang, Lucy Lang. That all makes sense to me. This all makes a lot of sense to me. Oh, okay. Oh, it's because it doesn't want Lucy Lang. It wants, like, Min. Yeah. That was sort of a guess, but oops. Okay, we haven't even touched 2 of these whole trees yet. But I'm pretty much done with Guy and his nonsense. Yeah, almost all of this stuff is done now. In fact, this had like 8 things in it, and now it is nothing in it. You claim to paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s. Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties, was just coming off Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party, and they convinced me to talk about a book. It was the first time anyone recognized me from their work. I finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip. Anything, even with the slightest threat to Guy's image, ended up gonzo. At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree, and second, he'd never be satisfied living the life he needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, but he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he's Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottrie Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he'd even switched out his orange suits to the same green ones Elias wore. It did not work. Bess Williams. Might as well try to grab it if it's there. Oops. Probably wrote it wrong. Oh, Family Man, the Roottrees Legacy. Reprinting an old book about Elias Roottrees. It's blatant corporate propaganda. Cool. Remember Fancy Flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias' legacy was the 5-piece flavors. That's what guy tried to do. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil. Yeah, it's just trying to send me to Brazil. And out my contract, surprisingly, the guy signed the contract. My lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but the guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it, big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. Final draft. No thanks, the dinner was good. Imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress Susie something, into Susan Ford, yeah, to proposition me. Poor girl, I remembered him from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after, and that was the last I ever came up. Actually, I haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people are suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent some time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. But she doesn't seem to have any kids, though. Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity is a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it. The same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I'll have to spell it out to you, get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible, and I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. Found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage, and at the same time he could bet any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. So yeah, that actually ended up not being... We got most of that, I think. There's like a bunch of different ways sending us to Brazil and filling that section out, I think. Then we got some stuff up here still. Dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature. Oh, that's a new picture of Elias, presumably, that we can go stick up here. Nope, it is not. Oh, but I think it's this one. But if they replace the definition of the picture, it'd be a picture of this book. This book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, I'm not sure it tells you anything about true Elias, but Elias either. The issue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing that is going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Can I just search for, like, Bess Williams, maybe? Blatant propaganda about Elias Roottrees. It had all been forgotten until recently. Roottreemania. Statistics that mentions Bess Williams. This library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expunged again in 1950 and then closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. Oh, well, we got something out of it. Found multiple libraries in the area. According to a website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, which I believe is probably just going to send us back here. you come across this website. It states their hours and list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits in the courtyard, which includes fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday and now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Miami Mercury Sunday was a newspaper that lasted only a year. When a small website quickly printing history facts that mentions the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging two smaller failing newspaper. This resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way they did, they was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time with a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. So is there a Miami Sunday? Miami Mercury? Aha. There, I knew there was some way to get access to another periodical. Well, Cuba by Cubans and Marcia. Okay, well let's get a new page. Marcia Barbin, Cuba by Cubans. Book of paintings of Cuba. On second glance, it still doesn't seem to be related to your search in any way. You know what? That's fair game. I accept that. So we got something about, so anytime we mention Miami now, we can search for stuff that is relevant to Miami. So what if we did this in the Miami Mercury? Bess Williams section in the library when it was being built in 1928. Oh, I bet it's she was the one who had an affair with Elias. Mentioned that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during this dedication. Later mentioned for 1949, the year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned construction of the library in 1950. Bidding war was won by Wildcat Construction. Included a new statue found in a second room that would double its shelf count. So if I search Wildcat Construction. Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, a construction worker, and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company focused on getting opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled the outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husband's needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the order to serve as Frank's employees. Community support has been unending and overwhelmingly positive. It's gone to the point where Frank bids on a project, other local companies decide to step back and let his soldiers handle it. A bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are not often is not as low as I expected. Problem for this is essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempts to circumvent it has caused the uproar and accusations of being un-American. It is uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now we're rooting for them. Frank Wildcat Williams is awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II, and the story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory on his shoulders for over 2 miles. He died at 74 in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website of a local news channel that was written by a surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up as an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was born Joker, shining light to those veterans who needed it most. Anecdote mentions he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. What is attached to Frank in his youth, juggling hammers in front of his construction sites, is often known to do. According to the article, is surrounded by Ophelia as well as daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. I feel like we've gotten something here. Okay, so let's grab where's our new things? This is Frank Williams. Here we've got an unknown author. My guess is that here we've got Bess Williams. And now we have Frank Williams, who is in construction. Before I do that, I'm going to put in Ophelia Williams so that that ideally will get confirmed. And he's in construction. Oh, so maybe we're... Oh, I need to put in author here. Yeah. That was some big progress, just like out of nowhere. Booyah.
Hey there, it's us. So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Clark.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
5. Damn. What's this whole tree? We still have these people that we haven't worked out yet, and we also have no idea what's happening here in 1998. I mean, that's probably not Chris Rafferty. I sort of assumed it would be, but I don't think it is. But it's somebody in the tree that got married, right? So that could be Tessa Roottree. That could be... Who could it reasonably be? Somebody would have to be old enough. Candy Roottree. It could be Chris Rafferty. Could be Stephanie Landon. That's pretty much it. Could be Stephanie Landon. I mean, I'm really tempted to just search, like, Stephanie Landon. In probably the Butler County Times or whatever. Not updated. Brian Jones. Yeah, probably not. Just worth a shot. Okay, so what were we doing? We had Frank Williams. Barb and Sharon Williams. So, what's the deal with Barb and Sharon Williams? There's something weird going on here. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker and has a website that explains the service she offers. Her company's address is Coconut Grove, Florida. The flyer has been added to your evidence. Well, what if we do this? And also put it in the Miami Mercury. Is it spelled Sharon like that? How did I spell it wrong? No, that's correct. Okay. We've gone through we like, yeah, clearing up Brazil like absolutely shattered all this evidence, man. It's just the reminders and Barb Williams. Lauren Miracle. I guess we could probably, there's probably like a new diary for Lauren or something like that, right? Track Lauren down. Lauren Roottrees was tracked down by reporters being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania. She was suffering from Alzheimer's. The amount of backlash was reported that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding a camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on the bench outside a small pond near the premises. So probably not anything relevant there, but. Were not very useful. Carolyn Morden's sculptures were not very useful. I wonder if I could find something like November Root Tree. Now. I'm just curious, you know? Probably not really relevant, but just little sneaky check. Okay, should look at this flyer for Barb Williams. Advertises her career as a motivational speaker online. 3 different testimonials from Greta Jones, Vic Elmsworth, and Isabel Crosby. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, and then energize you. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. So what if I search for Greta Jones? Too common of a name to find anything useful. So what about this? The morning news anchor for a channel called WQTV 12. Unfortunately, no online web presence whatsoever. You did find it listed, giant television call signs next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. You may need to do a deeper dive on specific city and state to see if your locals have discussed the news in that area. Effingham County, Illinois, because Springfield. Not located in... Okay, so is the other one Georgia? There is a Springfield in Effingham County, Georgia. Well, that's annoying. Oh, so I guess it's Springfield. Broadcast with female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked each using 3 categories, not irrelevant to journalism. One of the entries is called Channel 12. The news anchor listed is Greta Flores. News anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expected to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour is called The Storytellers of Sisterhood, The Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems some of the stories were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. I don't know what I'm looking at here. This feels like it's an important thing to grab, but I actually don't know why. Few different storytellers of Sisterhood tours. It contains stage transcripts of most well-received tours told on stage. Ayla Hale is the editor, not the sole author. One of these stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. Okay, so that's sort of, I think, the thing that we're looking for here. Barb Williams, because we want to hear her story. Barb Williams had the transcript of a story she told on stage published in a book. The first part of her story focused on 2 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking and often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, Sherry and Sharon, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school and was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? In nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing, because there's no difference, because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. Okay, so that means we know that this is... Barb Williams. And she's like a speaker, public speaker. And then this is going to be Sharon Williams. Oh God, where was that? Oh, we were looking on the evidence page. Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale. But there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he'd actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of mine told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong. She ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize that beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us, and it was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth. I like to say that it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. Sherry's hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is Sherry Yasterskrimmy. A large van on weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even the Rachel to your door. The About Sherry is very long. So my guess is that there's a marriage to this person, and she's a hairdresser. Oops. Multiple run-on sentence and no pictures. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. Mentioned that her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. Her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. So this is Pete. So maybe that's Pete Yastromski. Because she has named again. She and he never spent any significant time together until she became a widow and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments. Okay, so we have... So I guess this is Tony. So is that going to be Anthony? And this is probably Mark. And this is Cricket. That's okay. I'm sure we can figure this out. This all seems reasonable. Oh, it's Emma. It's Mark with a C though, which does matter. Oldest Tony seems to be the short end of the stick, and his two listed accomplishments is that he's oldest and he's a straight A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently, his Little League team is nationally recognized. Cricket York is near the end, and is an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress in a local television show. Wait, what? Her oldest Tony seems to be the short end of the stick. God, there's a lot here. Okay. So what if I search for Peter? Will I get something there? What if I put that in the periodical? The like Miami one. No. Worth a shot. Pete was her late husband's college roommate. They built a charity together. Peter. I wonder if that... must be her late husband. Okay, Tony Mark and Cricket. Cricket York is near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress in a local television show called Liberty Library. So that's Cricket York. So my guess is that this is Peter York. And she's an actor. And the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your dues, as stylist for the show, her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it's easier to pronounce. The rest of this section describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search. So... so if I search for Cricket York... I also have the library to look for, or the Liberty Library. Children's show filmed at a studio in Orlando, Florida. Oh, it has been on the air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Liberty. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers like Core Arithmetic, tutoring companies such as EDU-C82U, and a few well-known publishers of picture books. Where you can find, it's located in a few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire for some reason. Like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show even has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a Liberty Library web ring, even though it only has 3 entries. You click through the sites in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in 1987 at the age of 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. A picture of Cricket from her first episodes has been added to your evidence. Puppet Pooftail. She's the youngest, so that's my assumption here. Who's that? It was the guy in like the marriage photo, wasn't it? Yeah. The Beauty and the Brat. Still have info in there. Look, apparently it's a big charity, but why can't I find it? What if I... Sharon York? Okay, well, maybe we search for some of these. Math Textbook Publishing Company. Primetime News Program did a full comparison of their 4th edition textbooks and their 5th edition textbooks. Schools are complaining that the 2 editions seem remarkably similar, yet it was charging almost double for the new edition. There were 16 total changes. The cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings to a close-up of a feather. The other 15 were all instances of changing 4th to 5th. This even led to a geometry problem when the book asked students to calculate the 5th side of a rectangle. That's very funny. Some of the actors from the show and pictures on their website. They'll actually provide tutoring for all the actors and actresses in the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Cricket York Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. Don't find much about it, except there seems to be a small subsection of Liberty Library fans who are deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the girl at the credits in each episode. One writes, I was terrified of the little girl in the logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. Labeled Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. So is there a secondary picture that I can have of Cricket? Yeah. Can we zoom in on that? Perfect student, perfect student, perfect student. Ah, but he's got a baseball shirt on, so he's like the Little League Team 1, right? Who is the baseball one? Mark is the one with the baseball. So that's you and that's you. And they I guess they're just going to be students. So I need to figure out who her first marriage was. County Fair. Probably nothing. Volunteered at an animal rescue. Probably not relevant because it's an old one, but rescue. Orlando, Florida. Oops, I meant to search the internet for that, not periodicals. Okay, well, we also have like there's like Sherry's hair. Cricket York. How am I going to find out about her other family members? And I don't know what her first husband was. Or who her first husband was, I guess is better to say. Back to the Barb Williams flyers. Vic Elmsworth. One of three brothers. All three of them are contributors to a newspaper called This Gazette. It tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. Written long form of the review for Barb Williams' motivational speech show from 1997. Seen Barb talk more than once. On this particular occasion, Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear that she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd because she received a standing ovation. Barb started the story with a loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who'd been hit by a car. She spoke of the death of any person as darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into space where there was once light. Because the light could never actually return exactly how it once was, she says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story about how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law, and the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. The charity, was a light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could to help nurture it. Charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. Pages of news articles that mention lanes across America have similar summary in them. LAA was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since, Lanes Across America has grown, and they now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. Website for the charity's picture of Drew. The photo's been added to your evidence. Drew, there you are. Okay, so you are... My guess then here is that you are Andrew Smith. And therefore you guys are Anthony Smith and Mark Smith. And thus you are Andrew Smith. So I bet you it used to be Lanes Across Miami. Yeah. Lanes Across Miami was founded in 1987. It was founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 1992 and current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles is a full uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LA website. It seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of her wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew, who's the face of the charity. The full photo has been added to your inventory. Ooh, a full photo. Who are you? So I guess is that you are Sharon. So something is wrong in this. Oh, and I bet you that is Peter, her, like, spouse. So, and I bet Cricket's last name should actually be this. Yes, her birth last name. To the whole infidelity, damn. Ooh, yeah. And this is another picture of Cricket. And this is another picture of Barbara Williams, is my guess. So we are close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's just the one last thing. So how am I ever going to figure out who these kids are? Apparently I have everything other than reminders, so I should just go through some reminders. I guess. Probably on one of these. Yeah, it hasn't been updated. 5 presidents, the Roottrees Company, Caroline Morden, Stephanie Jones, Brian Jones, campaign posters. So, oh, I figured I should look at her. Seems Brian Jones is busy updating Stephanie Jones' campaign website. 2 sections exist. The first is baby photo. Yep, I figured this was what it was. There you see a picture of the new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. The second is what's next. Not much of substance right there right now, but it lists small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There's been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. So that is going to be over here to me. Stephanie, I believe she's Stephanie Landon. Yeah. And she's a politician. And this is Brian Jones, and this is his picture. And then their daughter, named after her grandmother. So, I mean, first of all, baby. Your job is baby. Your last name is probably going to be Jones. And your first name is going to be, you're named after your grandmother, which is Caroline. So you're Caroline Jones? Oh, Carol Jones. Yeah. There, that's that section done. And that's not even like infidelity, that's just a new root tree. So we've got this nonsense to figure out. I don't... Mary Clementine and somebody Clementine. I don't know fucking anything about them. Baby photo. Small report. Stephanie apparently won her election. This hasn't been updated. This has not been updated. Also not been updated. None of them appear related to your search. So how could this be giving me her new from her campaign literature? It's on new campaign literature. Chris Rafferty, we already found that. I don't know where to go for this. I need to find, because I'm pretty sure he was... I wonder if we search for him in a different periodical. Because we found, the only other new one we found is this one. Not really, but Crockwatch, Basket Baby. Mark Clementine. I mean, seriously, don't think that's anything relevant. Pretty lost right now. Because if I look at this stuff, it's like... I was in this one, I think. Daughter Mary was graduating that night. I was in... It was in something. News Time, maybe? She left him and moved to San Diego with her sister and told him that her dad had to fly planes to the army. She raised them both by herself. Never went through the trouble of changing their names legally. They used the web names so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Because so there's San Diego, and this high school would have to be in San Diego, I guess. Sandstone Canyon. I need to find something about these people. And apparently, I'm pretty sure this is done. But apparently it's not. Apparently it's not campaign literature. I mean, I've already found Brian Jones and his like website. Unchanged. None of them appear to be related. Grandmother. Stephanie Landon. It doesn't help. Like, I'm focusing on something that doesn't seem relevant. Gotta find some way to get to San Diego or something like that. That sounds reasonable. Ron Roottrees. Oh, thank you. Robbie Roottrees. Oh, this was new. Robbie Roottrees was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. Embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in 6 pieces. Since become much more publicly infamous, has not yet returned to the United States, but when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family, and my brother and I, after spending time together, caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. It's highly transformed a few weeks when I came to a relationship and recovery from my addiction. A major aspect of this problem is why I was to stay private. I am absolutely lost. I might need to hint. Yes, I'm aware of that. Reminders and the evidence goes over the most important people and events. Yeah, I know. I was looking at reminders. Should I just search some of these people? Explosion of off-season. Oh, it is spicy. Explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit it to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. Present support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations in the pilgrimages. The farm has since been shut down seemingly indefinitely. The website says check back later, but no date exists. And again, we got really nothing there. I mean, Butler County, Pennsylvania, Carl Roottrees. I mean, I guess. Kristen Valdez. Yeah, we saw that, but it didn't seem relevant to anything. Yeah, that hasn't really been updated. Hasn't been updated. I guess, I mean, Jim Roottrees. Apparently sent some mail to Diamond's Dazzlers that mentioned that they didn't spend a lot of time near the candy company anymore, so they couldn't really comment of any recent news. Best of album did get released to CD during Roottreemania, and while neither of them performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at a local record store near their estate. During question and answer session, Jim has stated that he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. As far as you can tell, Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing fine, and there haven't been any rumors of infidelity about either of them. So this is like, my guess is that all this stuff is like, because before you knew who's on the tree, like you're trying to guess who could possibly the infidelity be, and I sort of figured that out through other methods. Clearly we need to get like a good San Diego Times sort of newspaper or something. Did already read all this. Three generations of miracles. Yeah, so it can't be that. I mean, Lauren Roottrees. I mean, I guess we could like look at oh, there we go. That's something. There's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in immediate family. You've added to the rest of your evidence. Oh, that's one reminder down. But I don't think it actually does anything for us. I think it has nothing in it, yeah. An entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren Roottrees' Diary, written in 1963, focuses on the relationship between her mother and her father. While it offered only redundant information during a previous investigation, mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. No stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age most deemed unfit for marriage, but I think we already read this, basically. Oh, no. He's also listing an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there's an emptiness in my soul. I do understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriend's husbands have been unfaithful. If I'm able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In return, pop status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I've grown up with her cruelty and disdain for others my entire life, and my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family sayings, blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Eliath, please remember Tham. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. I can't say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. So my assumption is that that's just like, you know, it's just going to remind you that, you know, Clancy and Sarah are not people that are relevant for that. I mean, back to reminders, I guess. Carolyn Morden. I don't think anything has been updated here. Charles Lee. I don't like this isn't new, so I doubt this is actually gonna help. Yeah, hasn't been updated. And then something fun from the first game is that it's called Volume 1, so or Volume 2, so you know you can find the Volume 1. Doesn't seem to be relevant. Could be Ernest Jr. Madsen. But in a periodical, maybe? updated. Yeah, it's not relevant. Absolutely nothing. I think I need to hint here. Caroline Morden. I thought I searched her. Oh, I could have sworn I searched her, but I guess I was just wrong. Caroline Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview in a television section of the messaging community. The transcript is only her answers and missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. It still is probably not helpful. Never really fit in the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all our tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm with us or me. I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, a few people paid me attention. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it was. Call it what it is. I was 20 and just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother. For the first few years, I followed my daughter with my ex-husband. I followed a guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and still a better understanding of who I was. Still in our family's eyes, his trip is somewhat more acceptable. Explain that. No, I couldn't stand him. Family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women. This is just telling us again about Guy. But I didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out is because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. Seemed nice enough, did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with their family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than guys, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays, he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. So that's just about Clark. So none of that is helpful. How do I get to this stuff? I'm still lost. How do I get there? He's a police officer. He has no web presence. I think I just have to hint again. You can piece together the name of one of Crocodile Clementine's children. Mary Clementine, yes. That's true. But I thought I already did this. Let's just look at every periodical. Absolutely nothing. It's not like Mary Beth or anything, is it? I'm pretty sure it's just Mary. Wonder if she goes by her. She might go by her mother's name because it did say that in one of those other articles. Oh, there it is. Oh, Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for a travel agency. Okay. She's a travel agent. And my assumption is that that is her. Niche booking vacations for the strange and unknown. Alleged ghost ship. Corporate composition photography. Okay, so first of all, put this in here. Second, we're gonna go to San Diego. We're gonna just call this San Diego. Corporate composition photography. I'm gonna go back here. Booking flights and cruises, extremely niche audiences. Number one agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations. Aboard ghost ships and specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She has dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entry, she talks about the trip she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with the ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions that the day the photos were taken, she was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Okay. So what if I spider search this? Okay. Nothing relevant, but we'll go back to photography studio. A few different sites for business in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears that they no longer exist. Mentioned on the photography site with some IRC chat logs, it seems like the site is a personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1996. When Val, the former head photographer from corporate composition photography, did a Q&A with their users with taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical and not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, says Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. Telephoto is probably the last magazine I need. Yeah, we got it, baby. Telephoto. Mary Webb. Val. LBP. No, we went here. The panel's on the cover of Telephoto. So what if I search for this in Telephoto? Photography. Can I search for Web on the Web? Paranormal Travel Agency? In there, maybe? I'm not getting anywhere with that. I found telephoto. Various services, including booking flights, almost all of them namely niche audiences. Portrait in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. Professional photographer she knows. It's gotta be this. Nope. Photography site with some IRC photos. Val. There's got to be some sort of search term in here that works. Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Aha. Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Lynch Building Plastics. Laura's bras and panties. I bet that's what it is. How do you think this will be related to your search exactly? Regardless, and I'm going to do the Roottrees here. That's funny. Yeah, don't tell me that I should stop playing and stand up. I just want to see Easter eggs. This probably has a bunch. I bet you it's luxury bridal photography or Lincoln baby photography. Nothing. So it's probably this. Fog. Okay, so my assumption is that it's Lincoln Baby Photography. Val, an award-winning photographer on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera caption with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. Bottom says copyright. Picture's been added to your evidence. So I wonder if it's Val Lincoln. And it says he was on the cover of a certain magazine. Well, I mean, the assumption is that this is like a total guess, but I don't like this feels a little bit too guessy to me, but there's like no other reason that they'd give me pictures for these people. Cam Lincoln. Very weird. Val, an award-winning photographer. So maybe it's not Val Lincoln. Maybe it's... Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. So what if it's... Maybe his name is Cameron Lincoln? Or Cam Lincoln? Val. Why? What could Val possibly mean? Oh, it was named after a camera. Camera Lincoln. Like his name is Cam because he's reaching for the camera. It's got to be Val Lincoln. But it says he was on... There we go. Featured in telephoto. The cover which featured one of his photos as well as portions of the article has been added to your evidence. Oh, I guess Val is a woman? I don't know. No, Clementine. Focus on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the SEPI Award for photojournalism, specifically his photo on the cover. Val got to start in high school, where he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch in his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but he didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky, and a photographer of his, a mentor of his who was going overseas to cover the war decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so he could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job, or even left California, it was a hell of a break. I was only 19 at the time, and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine. Who is clearly a soldier. That's not an option. Come back. He lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. I'm sure I could like search some of these things. Operation Desert Storm. The Gulf War. I wonder if I can search for Playboy. Will that let me do anything? That's funny. That's why you looked it up, right? Nope. According to the article, women are not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran to Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate because that's the photo that won me an award and got me into your magazine and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. U.S. Army. She was a soldier, right? Oh, but she was in a vehicle, so she must be a driver. Stephanie Landon, Brian Jones, Carol Jones. You got something wrong, and I don't know what it is. I guess. Oh, maybe these are switched. No, because it's the older daughter that is Mary. So it's got to be Mary. Landmine. So it's like driver. What award? Desert Storm, Val Lincoln, Sepia Award. Excellence in photojournalism each year. The organization that gives it out seems to be independent. They're not associated with any publications or companies you recognize. The only thing I can think of is that this is switched. But I'm like really sure that Mary was the oldest daughter. Oh, military is an option. I searched for soldier. Oh, but that's apparently not correct. Yeah, well, perhaps I need a hint. If you knew Lisa Clementine's occupation, you could probably place her on the tree. Well, she's military. Oh, probably. Professional photographer she knows. Seems weird to me that, like, is this really, I don't, this can't be right. I don't believe this is right. Yeah, I was like really sure of that. As a travel agent, you are Lisa and you're in the military. Like Lisa Clementine military, or like private. Got nothing. Oh. Yeah. I don't think this is right. Amputee lost a limb and does a storm runs a support room for fellow veterans in Beacon, New York. She makes another appearance listed as professor at West Point, a military college. She teaches classes that contribute to their environmental engineering major. Her short biography in the staff page mentions she had a passion for military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. While she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained and she joined ROTC in high school. From there, she enlisted. After returning from Desert Storm, she earned her degree and relocated to West Point a few years ago. Well, then, this can't be right. There's no way this is right. Okay, I guess it's right. But it was pretty, I was so sure it was his oldest daughter. Hello there. Well, I guess I was wrong.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done, but
did.
it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister.
I knew that.
She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd.
Yep.
Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place.
I know exactly what's going on.
She
If you look at the two
seemed
DNA
so
tests, they're different.
knowledgeable. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
I know
If
what they
there's
are.
anyone you're 100% positive can't be a root tree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Now's the time to reveal all possible root trees and put your deductions. You'll then be able to end your search and reveal the truth. You have 13 possible root trees left to identify. 13. Well, this is, I wrote notes about this. Because this is... Beatrice Watts. This is Beatrice Watts. And then this is you. And this is you. I believe that's you as well. And you were... I had this all written down. Where did I leave it? It was in here somewhere. Courtney May wants. Courtney May Watts. Because it was where? Here. And then there's the uncensored version of the magazine, which is something that looks like this, but not censored. This one. Yeah, her. So I'm right about that. And then she has her website. Newton. This is Newton. I'm pretty sure she is. I mean, I don't know. She might be a Roottrie, but it's... Oh, wait, no, it's not impossible to tell. We can manually check. So we'll have to go check that in a minute. I need to figure out his name. Newton. How do I figure out his name? I wonder if it's in that wedding photo. That seems reasonable. Yeah, Courtney May and Danny together forever. There it is. So you're Danny Newton. So Daniel, I would assume. Okay. Oh god, there's so many things that I can figure out here. Oh my god. I thought I was done. We have a way to go yet. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Because I want to compare that to the other one. It says Jane Doe is not. 13, 15, 15, 16, 9, 12, 8, 13, 6, 8, 10, 16, 30. Yeah, so that looks like really close. I'd say she probably is. I would say she is a Roottrie. And I would think he is a Roottrie. Apparently there's clues I haven't found. I don't have great ways of like actually determining this. Like, I think he might be a root tree, but it's not possible to prove. I think it's the same thing over here. I don't know how to prove any of this. Yeah, I know, I've done that. I have all that. Oh, I forgot to fill it in. I'm stupid. Beatrice. Who I believe is a secretary, I guess. How can I possibly... I'm not... How can I possibly decide whether they're actually root trees or not? Like... Since I haven't found a bunch of clues. Pretty sure they're relatives because they're physically her child. And I don't know about these people. Like, I can't prove them. How could I possibly prove them? I don't know if there's anybody who's not a root tree. Who would not be a root tree? I guess there's the thought that, like, you know, it's all very iffy to me, right? Like, they could be not root trees because they were adopted, right? Like, he was like the basket baby or whatever. We don't know anything about him. You're like probably a root tree. You're probably a root tree. I don't know how I can possibly prove any of this. secretaries. Beatrice Watts are no longer employed by Roottrees. I might join the department store and hope that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for a house. I think she probably wants this to be like in retail then, I guess. And Courtney May Watts, we don't know much about. Is she just a housewife? Or is she also retail? Yeah, I've done that. Oh, she's a nurse. Silly. Certainly read that somewhere. Start a new life with their daughter. So that was on Connie May, or yeah. Courtney May. Degree in nursing, so I learned about DNA in college, and it's all a lie. I'm pretty sure I have everything. So one of the songs on his mixtape caused controversy. Well, it caused controversy because he said that he thought like this person was hot or whatever, but that doesn't mean he's not. A root tree. Heat. Felix Fellows includes someone that would have been revealed to his own distant cousin unless they were attracted to women. So Dana, a reference to the character from the X-Files. Yeah, like I understand it caused controversy. I mean, maybe like something in my gut tells me he's not. And that it was like sort of faked. So I think I need to keep searching. Okay, I mean, I searched for this. Yes, I can jump. Couldn't make it on the studio album. That people thought shouldn't have. Any references popular 19 killed white men can't jump. For reference that has caused some confusion with the fan base because of it is agreed upon the mixtape has to come out in 1992 at earliest. I just point out that Fellows reference seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. Some think assuming that the album had to have been released in 1994 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, it stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it was released. '17th birthday in 1994. It is currently 1999, so 5 years ago. And we have that evidence. Doesn't say. I'm certainly confused. Okay. I'm probably just going to abuse some hints for a while to figure out this last stuff, to find the last little things. I wonder if he was in the weird thing here now. Oh. Weird articles when has newspaper mentioned him. Nothing appears to new information. I'll rephrase the News Time article and his web search results. Newspaper Music Critic did review his latest album. They gave it a 3 out of 5. David Fellows. Five Ps is popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted towards teen girls, he can be paying attention anyways. While he hasn't done any reviews of the magazine, they listed him amongst the hunky hotties the past few months with small bios, tell you various facts about him. This includes his real name, David, his birthday, February 9th, 1977, and where he grew up, foster care in Portland. Later, the editor also claims it's not possible that he was born in 1977, as it is claimed on a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 1992. It just sounds a statement that they've reached out to his agent with the song and were told it wasn't performed by 5Ps and that they shouldn't print rumors. During the major acts of gun violence, it's supposed to be his 17th birthday. Right, so there's something weird going on with him. Right, so 1977. Implies that he would have been. So really, he's probably born in 1990 or 1975. And so if we look at this, so I think the assumption is that he was born in 1975. And so if his mother is Joanna Robertson, Joanna Robinson. Joanna Robertson was there in 1975, so that seems doable, but it would have been born in 1975? Well, let's look some more at Ruby Spratt, I guess. I already found that. Approached the Roottrees settlement in late March after the Roottrees rift, but well before Roottreemania. An accomplished, relatively low-profile lawyer, worked for very little money as long as she could be a public face to build a reputation. The family quickly jumped at this chance, and many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the Clancy Trust as high as possible. After looking over the Clancy Trust more carefully than anyone else had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottrees' implementation was not legally sound, and there would be constant legal challenges as to modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises have been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Ruby's our first move was as sort of a trial run before she's even hired permanently was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring they begin to address the Clancy Trust. It's went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing various charitable causes such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Okay. The Fountain of Youths in Portland. Apparently, the unveiling of the fountain, the mayor of Portland made a speech, and there were performances by multiple local entertainers, as well as a ribbon cutting from the people most instrumental in bringing the fountain into fruition. Article calls out that the performers and speakers, with the exception of the mayor, were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. This includes poets, musicians, and dancers. Dirty Davy is listed as one of the musicians. Bet you they switched it. I'm so tempted to say not. And that these two were switched. Or these two were switched. Gotta find all the evidence, clearly, so... Haven't found this clue yet. Xinyu Lang. Han? Laura Han? Oops. Xinyu Lang. Is that correct? XINYU. Does it need to be like this? Aha. Searching for Lang Xingyu separately brings up much fewer results than Lang Tai. Lang Xingyu is even featured in Business Watch in 1992. She missed out on Watchman of the Year, but she did a pretty sizable article that mentioned some of her history. She was born in 1947, the first of 2 children. Her mother was already in her 30s when she had her, and she had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. This was Xingyu's sister. It became clear that her father was not going to have a son to pass the family business down. This is how Xinyu became involved. Her father stayed the president of Lang Tai for a very long time, and his daughters grew up. He began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who would take over. One helped him in China, Xinyu, and the other in the USA. Neither were given any official titles. When he died due to societal dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew that this could be a problem. His brother, Xinyu's uncle, was not a businessman, was much younger than his brother. During this time, Xinyu essentially ran the company as his uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia, and Xinyu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. I don't know. She said she had like a thing for... So, I guess the question is, like, when did he go to China? So he went to China in 1979. So were you in China in 1979? She was born in 1947. October 1979 seems very unusual because it doesn't involve Lang Tai's business. A new, at the time, medical industry. In vitro fertilization was this brand new, barely a year old. At the first successful IVF birth in 1978, it seemed the industry began to grow and featured an article about different companies all over the world and the cost they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently at the time, the CEO of Lang Tai was Lang Hongbo, and his younger daughter, Lang Xinyao, and her husband could not have children. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid key genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter who was unmarried. The cost for this was apparently 380,000 won. Key Genes, medical company with operations both in the US and China. They made their international news 1994 after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently their services in some cases falsified. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for very different service, an alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give the child but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. Whistleblower claimed they had helped to do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Keygenes shut down soon after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there's no extradition to either China or the US. That's interesting. Because it's like her, so there's this here. When we had Mark, I never even considered giving a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our niece who grew up in China, right? So like, there's 2 kids there. Right, so one of them could have been IVF or whatever for her sister, and then this one could be a guy's kid, and the IVF was a cover-up. It's really hard to know. I did look into them. Mentioned once in an article you already read about the headline tie, but again in 1994. This long article exposed a huge controversy. Whistleblower came forward the US government, but Keygenes, which is said to have been founded in China by a partnership involving American and Chinese medical specialists who then built their medical facilities in the United States. The article mentions whistleblower's claim. Keygenes will sometimes claim they performed IVF when they did not. This would often be used as an excuse for otherwise unexplainable pregnancy. They'd fly their clients to America, where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with news of a successful IVF pregnancy. Whistleblower apparently presented the Department of Health and Human Services with credible evidence. At the time of the article, is still going on an investigation, but Business Watch speculated that after copies of proof were leaked to various media sources, they could imagine a world in which the company would be allowed to continue operations without facing serious legal or financial consequences. So I found it. But she doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Did she like visit at all? Can't really find it. Yeah, because there's 2. So as far as I can tell, there are 2 kids, right? So there's her sister and husband and their kids. That could have been the IVF. And then you have an actual daughter. That could be the daughter, like the daughter of this person. She was like obsessed with redheads, so I don't know, it seems reasonable to me. I'm like pretty certain that you are a Roottrees. Ron and Robbie's family affairs again. Maybe something changed in the last 8 months. How about you? Yeah, so we have all your things. I don't really know anything about you. I want to assume no. But I don't know how to tell that. You know, they have a deep love for you. Like, I don't know. I want to say no, but I don't have a good indication of why. Christina Farrow was hired in 1976. I don't have a good idea of why. I haven't found a bunch of these clues, apparently. Gwyn is divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. I mean, we know that divorced Wild Bill, but like they're going to be blood relatives unless she is not really a Roottree, and that she did something. Marguerite Roottrie did some sort of thing. I'm probably just gonna click hints to find out what I'm missing. Because I don't like this part of it. The rest of it was very fun, filling out the tree, but the part that's like decide whether they are root trees or not based on like the things that you have, like without being able to confirm it, I don't really like that very much. So I'm totally willing to do like hints for this part. Fortune favors a grave not make an appearance at Gwyn Ritchie's funeral. Because of his absence, there's rumors online he must have already died, but according to a report that tracked him down, he's in his 70s, lives in Paris, and is still in perfectly fine health. I think it was Mark Twain. He said the rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. A few years I spent with Gwyn were just one step along the very long and complicated journey of my life and career. The last time we spoke was when I was signed the divorce papers. She asked me never to contact her or the kids again. I've always respected those wishes. They never reached out to me either, even as adults, so I have to assume that they had some idea of why she hated me so much, and the sacrifices she made on my behalf. I wish them all well, and I'm sorry for their loss, but we've all been strangers for 40 years, so I can confidently say they wouldn't have wanted me to be there. In fact, I'm confident my presence would have ruined it. Okay. Did I spell that wrong? G-R-E-E-N-E. A recent fundraiser at the Reno Comedy Club, the Laugh Lounge, about a month ago. The fundraiser is called The Best Medicine and was to help find a cure for Huntington's disease. According to the website, she released a statement. Until recently, I didn't know anything about Huntington's. The last few months, I've gone from knowing nothing about it to learning more than any one person should ever have to. Until less than a decade ago, it was impossible to predict if someone susceptible to Huntington's had the disease, but due to advances in medicine, tests have been developed. Hopefully, this increased awareness is the first step to finding a cure. Please join me for a night of comedy for a good cause. Oops. It's probably going to be tell me to search for like a genetic thing. Neurodegenerative disease that mostly recognizably causes memory issues and controllable movement in the limbs. After symptom onset, somewhere between ages 30 and 50, those affected by Huntington's typically live another 15 to 18 years as their symptoms worsen. There is no cure. Passed genetically from a parent to child. The gene that causes Huntington's works in such a way that if a parent has the disease, there is a 50-50 chance the child will get it. Huntington's cannot be passed on recessively, meaning it cannot skip a generation. In other words, if someone has a mother or father with Huntington's, but they themselves do not receive it from that parent, their children and their grandchildren will also never have it. Till the early 1990s, it was impossible to test for Huntington's, and so symptoms usually appear later in life. This would often be after the person affected already had children. It would then be impossible to know if the children had it, and it was a 50-50 chance. Who died from Huntington's? Somebody died from Huntington's, didn't they? Sudden severe case of pneumonia. There was somebody that I saw that with. Ronald Roottrees. Robbie Roottrees. Swear I saw something about Huntington's disease. Jack Roottrees? RR Productions. Serious medical issue. Alright, so I guess is what, Huntington's? That he has it? Wild Bill Williams. Found all the smoking guns. Okay, well there we found them all apparently. The first mentions his I was one of his first roles, real name Walter Forsyth. The second interview, although he doesn't mention her by name, he returned from contact saying with Gwen Roottrees. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. So we already saw this. Is his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced that she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor some more credibility. But that's like, so that's him cheating, not her, right? So I don't understand how that could really be a problem. Right? And so, like, presumably Huntington's. So the only thing we really know is that it's about that. Someone has a mother or father with Huntington's, but they themselves did not receive it from that parent, will also never have it. So, like, the assumption is that she got Huntington's, he got Huntington's, so they're raising a thing for it because their kids have a 50-50 chance of having it. So I guess it comes from Linus Cornwall is probably the guess there. So they're like, I'm pretty sure they're Roottrees. Okay, well, we got all the info. So what do we know about these? So how is this relevant? I don't actually know. Well, we'll need to make a decision, I guess. I don't think they are. I do think she is. I don't know. We can't really tell. Don't know. I can't really tell. Pretty sure she is. I don't think they are. I don't think he is. So it's just these people. (1982). As long as she was there before 1982, which totally makes sense. He's not the father, convinced. Like, my guess is that they are. Do I have all of them, like, marked now? I think we do have them all marked. So what do I do? I press this button and we find out, I guess. We might be wrong on some things, but that's okay. This is my best guess at what is available and the information we have, and I need to stop this soon. So I'm gonna hit ready, and then if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll probably come back off stream and like figure out what was going on. Completed the family tree. Let's find out if I was right or not.
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies.
Yay.
Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week. Actually,
Tell me what I was
that's
wrong
an
about.
understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted, but that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up.
Give me the
Maybe
results.
grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson. Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how
Yeah.
he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors.
Oh, I
The
didn't notice
flavors he
that.
was paying to research were a ruse. He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was
I
paying,
should have checked that.
which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X. Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party. Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his
So I was
recipe
wrong about that
stories.
one.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never
Yeah,
know.
I saw that one.
Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
Oh, I should have noticed all this.
Big fuckhead.
Yeah.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is
was right about
Wen
this one.
Xinyu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into him. When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive, but her sister and Jerry
Had their own son. Yeah.
Mark. Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent
Yeah.
no time together in private.
I was
Guy
pretty
in
sure about this one,
Brazil
too.
during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia. Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there. She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though,
Paid double.
double. The price of twins. So, what about 5-piece?
Pretty sure. So I think I was only wrong
Felix
about
Fellow's
one.
mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the
Yeah,
time
I
Guy
saw
became
that.
president. And his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975.
Noticed that
Alone,
too.
that wouldn't necessarily prove it.
And then the
But
DNA
there
test.
are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt. They both grew up in Portland, in foster care. And according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another. Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with.
It was all
It
a
was
setup.
Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clanson Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way. If you look at the 2 DNA tests
I did
that
compare
Ruby
them.
handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson. But the two signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby
I saw
lawyered
that and I
up.
checked that. And I
We
knew that one.
suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely. On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution. A
Damn
noble
socialists.
effort. But once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
I was right.
That finally brings us to Anonymom.
Actually, I was also
aka
right.
Beatrice Watts. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this. While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottrees was less of an open and shut case.
Yeah, it's
That
hard to
said,
tell.
It's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine,
Yeah.
not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County.
I should have checked
leaves
that out.
Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. And the basket baby story. If that's not enough on its own, he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottrees.
I saw that, yeah, I
Miracle
found.
Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest. Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way. Elias's affair.
I should have
was the
looked into
most
that more
ambiguous.
thoroughly, yeah.
Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family.
True.
My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth.
Mm-hmm.
Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually
Bess.
Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test, as Clark mentioned.
Is it possible? Yeah, I think which is what I put, right?
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is.
So where was Ron from?
When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it.
Yeah.
Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star
Oh, I
Leslie
didn't notice
Florence
that.
had.
Oh, I did.
It's
I remember I
passed
read
from
that. I
parent
saw
to
Huntington's
child,
before someone. I couldn't
but
figure out where it
can't
was.
skip a generation. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't
Oh, she
have
died of
Huntington's,
pneumonia.
and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's.
Should have known that.
Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him, and Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant. So it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality,
It was
it
her
was
only
the final
pregnancy.
months of her
That would have
only
been hard to figure
pregnancy.
out.
To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline.
Right.
It's one heck of a story, and frankly,
Yeah,
nobody
well,
could be
I
expected
didn't.
to piece the timeline together. Not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself?
I just sort of assumed
That's
that the
proof.
Huntingtons, that they when Gwyn died, they didn't know it was Huntingtons. But I should have maybe pieced that together. Just sort of assumed that she had it, and that the fact that he's blonde, they look the same, but it's because Wild Bill and the other blonde actress, the Huntingtons. I just sort of assumed that they didn't realize it was Huntingtons with her, and she actually had it, but maybe would have noticed that in previous generations.
Ron
so I should have
suing
noticed
Robbie
that too.
to remove him from the Clancet Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was useful. Without your tree, I'm not sure we would have ever discovered Ruby. All this information, this entire story, it's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully. But we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was. No
Certainly
words
was.
can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well.
No, do more.
And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Yeah, tell me more. That ruled. Very happy about that. A little annoyed that I could have spent more time at the end to completely work out those timelines. But I didn't really want to do all the timeline stuff, especially given that we didn't have a great way of knowing if we were right or not when we inputted those things. You just had to sort of guess, and then you get told whether you're right or not. So we could have pieced that together, I think, but I'm not surprised that I didn't. I was mostly interested in the family tree connection stuff, figuring out the names, like not searching through the articles for little dates and then being like, oh, they were born on this day and stuff. And we did some, and we got some of those right, so I'm pretty happy with that. Anyway, that was super fun. I'm really looking forward to more stuff like this. I hope this sort of genre of game becomes more popular, because it's very cool. And the Elias's brothers and sisters ... makes me hopeful that there might be more someday. So I'm gonna keep looking for games like this, Oberdin and Case of the Golden Idol, and continue to buy them and play them. So please continue doing this stuff. So thank you very much to the developers and to the original designer. I found the thing. I think my one criticism would be the sort of thing I said at the end, is like actually saying yes or no, they are or they aren't. It was a bit much for me, I think. Especially since there wasn't a great way to confirm it until after you'd already been spoiled by it. But that's it. Everything else was amazing. So thanks for hanging out. I'm going to stop now because I wasn't expecting it to be 7 hours again, but it was. Oops. Bye.